shooter. Someone called 911 and said at least one person had been wounded in a law school building. Later, the school's president said it was a cruel hoax. The next few days are going to be very uncomfortable in parts of the West, says CBS News meteorologist David Parkinson.
We have extreme heat warnings and watches in effect from the Mexico border all the way up to the Canadian one. So from Arizona all the way to Washington State, there are heat alerts for this heat dome that is set up across the West Coast.
Hurricane Erin is slowly losing strength as it moves up the East Coast, but it is leaving a lot of damage in its wake. Here's CBS News meteorologist Rob Marciano.
We've seen some damage across parts of the Outer Banks, a lot of coastal flooding, and this wind continues to buffer this area. Not a whole lot as far as wind damage, and because of that, we haven't seen much in the way of power outages. So it's really just a lot of tourism disrupted and folks coming out to safely look at these impressive waves.
A panel of justices of a New York appellate court today ruled that the $500 million penalty in the civil fraud case against President Trump and others was too high. But they were divided on the merits of the case, so Trump's felony conviction stands. More from CBS's Graham Case.
New York appellate court threw out a $500 million penalty in a civil fraud case against President Trump and others on Thursday, ruling that the fine was excessive while saying they were divided on the merits of the case, which was brought 3 years ago by New York Attorney General Letitia James.
James says she'll appeal the decision to New York's High Court. People in Ukraine are skeptical that peace is at hand. CBS's Holly Williams is in the capital, Kyiv.
There is a lot of talk about a peace deal outside of Ukraine, but inside Ukraine, people are living and dying in a war zone. And many people here simply do not believe that Vladimir Putin really wants to end the war. They think he is playing along to avoid angering President Trump.
Top story of the hour, Eric Menendez has been denied parole. This is CBS News.
Think O'Reilly Auto Parts for all your car care needs. Get the parts and service you need fast from the professional parts people at O'Reilly Auto Parts.
Hey, it's Mike Rohn. If I have a choice, I like to do business with companies that actually stand for something. That's why I switched from Verizon to Pure Talk. No offense to Verizon, I'm sure they stand for something. I just don't know what it is. Pure Talk, on the other hand, is a veteran-owned company that supports our military in a big way, and I appreciate that. Yeah, I also appreciate unlimited talk and text and plenty of data for half the cost of the big guys, and I do like being on America's most dependable 5G network for just $20 a month, but what I really appreciate is no contract, no cancellation fees, and Pure Talk's commitment to handle all their customer service in this country. I saw it for myself. I went to Georgia, I got a tour of their headquarters, I met their CEO, and I talked to the same customer service folks that you'll talk to when you dial pound 250 and say keyword micro. Switch today and save 50% off your first month when you dial pound 250 and say keyword micro. Pure Talk, a wireless company that actually stands for something.
A young man from Northern California may have broken a world record.
13-year-old Julian Herr of Rio Oso was fishing with his father in Tamales Bay when he caught a whopper.
And my arms were, hurting.
His father, Rina Herr, started recording.
Oh, my God.
It was a 63-pound white sea bass as big as Julian.
I thought it was a shark when I first saw it.
The Herrs are checking with the International Game Fish Association, but it appears the catch netted Julian a new juvenile world record.
It's okay if it's not. We had a blast and we made core memories for life.
Michael Wallace, CBS News.
Police in Los Angeles have arrested 26-year-old Grammy-nominated rapper Lil Nas X after responding to reports of a man in the street wearing only underwear and boots. They say they found Nas walking on a busy boulevard early this morning and he charged at them. Suspecting a drug overdose, police took him to a hospital before they brought him to jail. Christopher Cruz, CBS News.
Have wages caught up with prices? I'm Mark Hamrick with a Bankrate.com Personal Finance Minute. Even after years of strong pay increases, wages still haven't fully caught up with inflation. According to Bankrate's 2025 Wage to Inflation Index, prices have risen 22.7% since early 2021. Wages are up 21.5%, so that leaves a shortfall of 1.2 percentage points. This is progress compared to the worst of it. The gap peaked at nearly 5 points in 2022. Households are paying more than their they're earning back still. Americans are noticing. Bankrate's Consumer Sentiment Survey finds more than half say the economy is on the wrong track, and one likely reason is their pay still hasn't fully recovered from the post-pandemic surge in prices. Is there good news? Perhaps. In industries like retail, healthcare, and hospitality, wages have outpaced inflation, but in areas including education, construction, and manufacturing, paychecks are still falling short. For more, check out Bankrate.com. I'm Mark Hamrick.
Here for the community. Wave 105 FM.
Hey, Hafa Adai at Wave 105 FM. We want to talk. We want to talk about the things that are important to our island and our community, and we want to talk with you. If you want to join the conversation, if you want to chime in, we welcome it. We welcome all points of view, all thoughts, all perspectives. Call or WhatsApp us at 671-922-1051. If that line is busy, then call us at 922-1052. This is Talk for Everyone. Thanks for listening to Wave 105 FM, the talk of Guam.
Think you've got what it takes to win? Tune in every Friday on Wave 105 FM with Patty Arroyo for the Hilton Trivia Challenge. Test your knowledge and you can score dinner for two at the Hilton Guam Resort and Spa. It's brought to you by the Hilton Guam Resort and Spa only on Wave 105 FM.
We're excited to announce that we're hiring for a variety of positions with some of Guam's most recognized and respected brands, including Coca-Cola, Foremost, Chili's, Glimpses of Guam, Subway, Good to Go, and Cinnabon. Whether you're just starting out or looking to take the next step in your career, there's something here for everyone. Explore current opportunities and apply today at applynowguam.com. Your next great opportunity is just a click away.
Hafa Adai, you are tuned into Wave 105 FM on the Brightside with Pauly Suba every weekday from 2 p.m. to 6 p.m. You can listen to us online, our website at thewave105.com, or watch us live on YouTube on Wave 105 FM Guam. If you would want to join into our conversations, please give us a call at 671-922-1051 or 922-1052. Or you can send us your comments on WhatsApp at 671-922-1051. And the Bright Side is proudly sponsored by Chili's. Chili's Grill and Bar. At Chili's, more life, great food, and memories happen here. Code School of Guam. Learn, code, and lead the island's first coding boot camp. Future year intake begins with us at Code School of Guam. GTA, we start with you. Micropack, open at our Tamuning and Mall location. Make sure to follow our Instagram at Micropack671 and Micropack Inc. on Facebook for exciting deals and promotion. And also proudly sponsored by Centel Security Solution, Guam premier provider of professional security service. Sharon Williams. The wet season is on the way and your roof needs to be ready. Don't wait for the blazing sun or the pounding rain. Get ahead with weather-ready coating. Be smart, be prepared, and ask Sharon Williams. And Subway, eat fresh. In just a few clicks, order online at subwaypacific.com for pickup at your convenience or for delivery right at your doorstep. Online ordering at subwaypacific.com is powered by Good to Go. We deliver. At Subway, you gotta refresh to be fresh. And now, time to start the show. Brightside with Pauly Suba.
Welcome to another Bright Side here on Wave 105. Biba Betness. It's Friday, August 22nd. Here's our number, 671-922-1051 or 1052, or online, the wave105.com, as well as our YouTube channel, Wave 105.1 FM Guam, 2:09 in the afternoon. Earlier this morning into the afternoon, right? they successfully passed the budget bill, right? And then they had their brief extension of remarks, and we'll get to that in just a bit. But today is Issa's last day as producer. It's bittersweet, though.
Day.
It's bittersweet, though, because we knew this whole time that it was temporary, right?
Right.
And you really, I mean, temporary is usually only like 3 months, but you've
know.
been here for over a year, right?
I know. It's like I just moved in. Like, hey.
Yeah, and so Reese is your big sister.
Right.
Yeah, and so you've been around Reese, you've been around radio and whatnot, right? And so you've kind of seen, or you've seen a little bit of it, and so it sparked your interest at least enough for you to fill in every now and then?
Yes.
Yeah. And then they're like, do you want to do this for temporary?
Yeah.
But not for very long? And you're like, shoot, I'm down.
Yeah.
And then it turned into over a year. But so the reason why I wanted to ask you, right, is because you have all of your credentials to be like a nurse? LPN already?
Assistant.
Medical assistant.
Yeah.
Okay. And what does that entail? Medical assistant over at GCC, right? Is that 2 years and associates?
Yes.
Yeah, and so you had all of that even before you started doing this temporarily, right?
Right.
And so you basically told the bosses, oh, yeah, I'm down, but as soon as somebody calls me, I'm out of here.
Yeah.
Yeah. And so is it because there's not a lot of positions available?
Yeah, that's right. I feel like they're mostly looking for like nurses, right? Doctors, but there's a lot of people that are already filling up that medical assistant position.
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah. So it's competitive?
Yeah, I would say maybe they need more nurses here in Guam.
Sure.
So I would advise anyone who wants to be in the medical field, go for nursing.
Right.
Because that's what we really need.
Right. And so, but obviously somebody checked your LinkedIn, responded to your Indeed.
Yeah.
And so you're going to be starting a new career, right?
Yes.
The career that you've always wanted.
Right.
And that's why I'm so very happy for you.
Yeah.
So like I
thank you.
said, bittersweet, but I'm so happy to see that you're going to be doing something that you have a passion for, right?
Well,
Not
my
to
sister's in radio, so I'll still be around.
That's right. And they'll probably say, hey, that one day that you said that you have half day, are you available?
Can you cover?
So don't tell everybody what days you have off.
Right.
So that leads us to Jardine, Queen
Right.
Jardine.
Yes.
And so also known as AKA Nene.
Mm-hmm.
And so you are Miss Guam Plus.
Yes.
Yeah, the reigning Miss Guam Plus, right?
Yes.
Everybody on Power 98 and Shark Weekends knows you as Nene.
Mm-hmm.
Oh my goodness, you know how to pull off a party on Facebook. Yeah. You got it. You got the whole world watching you.
Wait, thank you. I try.
Right?
I mean, if I go on the beach and I go in the water, I take all the water. I soak up all the water.
Like a sponge?
Yes, I'll be that sponge.
No, but so that always happens on Saturday at what? From 12 to 4?
Sunday.
Mm-hmm. Okay, so it's Sunday on Power 98 from 12 to 4, and basically it's the Shark Takeover.
Mm-hmm.
But the whole weekend, though, is the Shark Takeover, right?
Shark
It's all
Takeover.
island music.
Mm-hmm.
The entire weekend, and then you're live in studio on our sister station Power 98 from 12 to 4, and it is a party, not just on 97.5 but also on the Shark Facebook account.
Yes.
Yeah, and there's people just partying with you, dancing to all of your Nishan music, right?
Yes.
And asking
Eating with me as well.
That's right. And asking you to wish them happy birthday, right? You still get the car wash announcements too?
Yes.
Yeah, I remember when I would have my own show on Power 98 on the weekends, the most popular call-ins were letting the community know, letting the Power 98 audience know that you are having a car wash.
I see now,
Yeah.
Betsy.
Yeah. So it's still, right? That's still a
Yes.
thing. They'll call in from like 8 in the morning all the way till 3 in the afternoon. We're still here. We're still at the gas station. We're still at the bank. Come by. This is for a great cause, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I still that was the most popular. Obviously, birthdays. People will call in. Can you wish my daughter, my son, a happy birthday? But it was we're having a car wash.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, very cool. And so you're going to be doing this with us now.
Yes.
Also.
When this one over here, Miss Isa.
This one over here.
When half day, come save me.
So we're gonna get used to hearing Jardine. Do you want to be Jardine or you want to be Nene here?
Nene's
it's up
fine.
to you, right?
Mm-hmm.
Nene. So we'll stick with Queen Nene. The Queen
Mm-hmm.
is behind the window here, and she's gonna be producing the Brightside from here on out. Yeah. So super exciting. 2:15 in the afternoon. Okay, so like I said, which direction do we want to go? Let me share with you the governor. So the governor, while they were doing the brief extension of remarks, because they voted, I believe, 11-4. So 4 people voted no against this bill. That's Senator Chris Barnett, Senator Therese Terlai, Sabina Perez, and Will Parkinson. So those 4 voted no, and we're actually just going to play them all because I really want you to hear not all 15, 14 senators spoke. And for the most part, we're going to play most of what they said in their brief extension of remarks. The only person that didn't say anything or did not go down and speak was Speaker Frank Bloss Jr. He said a little bit of it at the end when they recessed, right? Before they recessed, he just wanted to thank his colleagues. He wanted to thank everybody that works down at the legislature for working very hard for the last 10 days and from morning to night. And the last day, Wednesday, past midnight too. And so let me see here. I got the statement from the office of the governor. And the title is Republican-led legislature's budget. Millions for millionaires, nothing for struggling families. That's the title. So already the governor doesn't like this budget bill. And from what we've been following, as soon as she got word that this budget bill this substitute budget bill had the rollback of the BPT from 5 to 4.5, she immediately said, I don't like it. It stinks. And even before that, Bill 11, what this means to roll back the BPT is not going to be good. Not going to be good for government programs and agencies. And even Steve Guerrero of OFB said, what does that mean? If you roll it back from 5 to 4, it's very likely that they'll have to lose warm bodies. But the community, from people that I've talked to, people that are, just having random conversations, you'll even see it on social media. People will call in on the radio as well, saying it doesn't sit well though when you say that, but then we see that there have been government raises. And we know the argument or the response from the governor saying that, well, you need to have competitive wages to keep the best and the brightest. Speaker Frank Bloss Jr., he argues against that. The best and the brightest, if you have the best and the brightest, why are we still having some of these issues? So, the governor says in this statement, the Republican-led legislature sold out the people of Guam. By passing their fiscal year 26 budget proposal, they knowingly abandoned education, health, and public safety to hand an $80 million gift to millionaire corporations, companies that already enjoyed the largest federal tax cuts in modern American history. And it's now made permanent. They gave millions to the rich and a massive cut to the Guam business privilege tax and nothing to the families struggling every day to make ends meet. To make the rich richer, the Republican-led majority cut funding for GMH while demanding that we declare an emergency at GMH. They risk layoffs at the Department of Education, condemning our kids to crumbling schools with no maintenance. Abandoned Simon Sanchez High School, once again betraying students and families with a phantom appropriation. Shortchange Medicaid and the Cancer Trust Fund, slashing help for the sick and most vulnerable. All while 90% of the Guam businesses already pay less than 5% BPT. Republicans rejected nearly every compromise amendment that would have simply required millionaire corporations to pay their fair share, except one, right? That's why they rejected nearly every. The compromise of the military contracts. Any military contract that is $10 million or more in this substitute budget bill, that stays at 5% if the governor signs this budget bill. Senator Telo Taitagui did say in her brief extension of remarks that she's going to introduce an amendment, or not an amendment, a bill that says every military contract will stay at 5%. So she's not scared of the whole rationale or the narrative of that is unconstitutional. She's not scared of that. If somebody wants to take that to court, good luck. And yesterday when we talked to her, she had said, we do that with sin tax. You want to buy cigarettes? The cigarettes are heavily taxed. But we don't say a specific ethnicity or a specific religion gets taxed more than the other. And it's already set up within the Organic Act that we're allowed to set up how we tax as a government. And then the military pays the BPT anyways, not the contractor. It's already in the contract that the Department of Defense, these military contracts, pay the tax, pay the BPT. So that's why it says nearly every. And in the dead of night, they push provisions into this budget without a single shred of public input. Provisions the legal community warns will expose taxpayers to multi-million-dollar liabilities. And I was also wondering, too, and I haven't really gotten a response. I was hoping maybe we can get Senator Chris Duenas. We'll see. But I'll reach out also to Speaker Frank Blas Jr. as well, because they made the statement that they're going to go past 10 p.m., and they went well past 10 p.m. And I'm just wondering, you recessed until today at 10 a.m. You had all of yesterday. You didn't necessarily have to go past 10 p.m. You could have went another 2.5 hours yesterday. But maybe because they needed to engross all of those amendments, right? They need to check over all of those amendments, and they needed yesterday, the staff needed yesterday to get that all together. Because when Senator Chris Barnett picked it up, I was like, well, that's the budget bill right there with all the amendments. It is a stack. The governor says the budget is a scam built on phantom money and false promises. The Republican-led legislature chose lining the pockets of select millionaires over our kids' classrooms, our hospital beds, and families just trying to get by. We will review the budget in its amended form and act, but make no mistake, the Republican-led legislature made their priorities clear today. They sold out, choosing profits over people. So when I look at the Democrats, so there are 9 Republicans, but 11 voted for this substitute budget bill. So two Democrats voted for it. Senator Jocelyn Augustine and Senator Tina Rose Munoz-Barnes. And we'll play them both, and they'll share the reasons why they went for it. And even Senator Tina Rose Munoz-Barnes, if it means that we have to go back and vote against it, then I'll do that. So here's Speaker Frank Blas Jr. So here's his response to passing. I'll read this one since he did not speak on the floor. He says the passage of this budget is a win for the people of Guam, and I am especially encouraged by the bipartisan support it received, and it did. So even Senator Chris Barnett, Senator Perez, Senator Parkinson, and Terlai, even though they voted no against the budget, there are amendments of theirs in the budget bill. And so I agree with that. It is bipartisan. Senator Joseph Augustine, right, wanted it in black and white. Put it in there. Make no mistake that money is going to go, $16 million is going to go towards the construction of Simon Sanchez. Just because you say that the governor has transfer authority to put money in to construct Simon Sanchez, not good enough. Same thing with the rainy day fund. Those were appropriations. Those were amendments from Senator Joseph Augustine that put that in there. So I agree it is bipartisan. I also agree with Senator Chris Duenas. It is a big, beautiful compromise. I would agree that it's a big compromise, because even 5-4 was what the majority of people wanted when they went to the public hearing for Bill 11, not 0.5. They wanted the full 1%. The majority of people that went there and spoke the 2 days. And that right there, 5 to 0.5 or 1 to 0.5 already is a compromise that the Republican majority made. But I will say, why did you have to put it in the substitute budget? And I'll still say the reason why they put it in the substitute budget is because the governor now has to veto this whole thing. She can't line item. And I don't think that Bill 11 was veto proof. I don't think you're going to get 10 if it was a standalone bill. It'll pass, but I don't think you'll get 10. And it prolongs it too. So when were they going to put it on the session agenda? September. September is the next available time for them to debate on bills. So September, it passes. The governor vetoes it. They go back in November to try to go for an override. And I don't think it's going to get the override. So call it strategy. I say it was strategy. No one's saying on the record, but why else would you do it this way? So Speaker says again, it shows that when we put politics aside and focus on what's best for our island, we can deliver meaningful results. As we move forward, however, we must face a clear reality. Our government cannot continue to rely so heavily on temporary federal funds or the military buildup. We must actively identify and develop new sustainable revenue streams that will support our healthcare system, strengthen our schools, and ensure public safety for future generations. I thank my colleagues on both sides of the aisle, the legislature's staff, the staff of every senator, and the countless public servants who contributed to this process. I respectfully call on Governor Lou Leon Guerrero to sign Substitute Bill 44 into law, and let's build on this momentum together for a stronger and more self-reliant Guam. God bless Guam. And that is Speaker Frank Bloss Jr. The governor's office says nothing is off the table, including a veto. So we'll see, but I would say there is some progress here. There is some compromise. I'm not against the governor just saying everything that she wants to say. This is a disaster. This is a big broken bill. However, because of some of the things that are in this, thanks to Senator Tello Taitagui, with them keeping, to be honest with you, I think Senator Tello Taitagui might have saved this budget bill And Speaker Frank Blas Jr. might have raised his hand to make 8 because he's like, this amendment might just be the one that saves it from not being vetoed. The $10 million stay on 5% BPT for military contracts. I don't know. This is all just me, my wheels turning in my head. Why would Speaker be the one to say yes to this? He must agree somewhat in what, I mean, he has to agree. He put his hand up. Even though his Republican caucus is not agreeing to it. They went on the record. Lujan went on the record. Gumatauta went on the record. Borja went on the record saying, no, not cool. It's discriminatory. It's unfair. And then when they went for the vote, Speaker put his hand up. And so it's just my assumption, and then just trying to read into some of the lines, right, where it says, we cannot continue to rely so heavily on temporary federal funds or the military buildup. But he probably recognizes, just like what Senator Telo-Tategui was saying, it's temporary. So we might as well take advantage of something that's temporary, since tourism isn't where we want it to be right now. So on the other side of this, we'll start playing the in order as they were presented in the legislature. It's cut down, right? We're not playing the whole entirety, but we definitely got the essence. And we'll start with Senator Vince Borja because he's the first one that spoke. But we'll take our break first. It's the Bright Side right here on Wave 105. Biba Betness.
CBS News Brief. The North Carolina coast, where the National Hurricane Center describes tropical storm conditions. Good news for the surfer.
Surfers, we're dreaming of hurricanes all year, so we're really excited to be in the fall.
Republican lawmakers in Texas advanced a new redistricting map today that would most likely result in the GOP gaining 5 additional seats in Congress. CBS's Erica Brown.
Democratic lawmakers now back in Texas after fleeing the state to block the measure tried to further delay the vote with parliamentary questions and amendments.
CBS's Linda Kenyon reports the Director of National Intelligence is making deep cuts to her agency.
In a statement, the Director of National Intelligence said the intelligence community is rife with abuse of power, unauthorized leaks of classified intelligence, and politicized weaponization of intelligence.
Poland says a Russian drone crashed and exploded in eastern Poland. CBS News Brief. I'm Michael Toscano.
Pat's Tinting and Detailing offers premier services from complete interior cleaning and VIP detailing. And to keep you cool, Pat's also offers factory, ceramic, blacked out, and base-approved auto tinting. For more information, call 647-SLAM.
Bolt your doors, lock your windows, turn off your lights, and come with me into the Weird Darkness. I'm Darren Marlar, the host of Weird Darkness, every Thursday night from 6 to 8 here on Wave 105.1. Every week on Weird Darkness, you'll hear 2 hours of stories of the paranormal, supernatural, legends, lore, crime, conspiracy, mysterious, macabre, unsolved, and unexplained. Weird Darkness, this Thursday night at 6 on Wave 105.1.
It's the Guam Autospot Overstock Sell-Off, and our manager is absolutely crazy for dropping these deals. Right now, drive off in a brand new 2025 Eclipse Cross for just $24,995. That's $2,000 off the original price. Plus, check out our high-quality pre-owned vehicles, fully inspected and ready for the road. Get pre-approved online at GuamAutospot.com or call 478-AUTO to schedule your test drive today. It's the Guam Autospot Overstock Sell-Off, and everything must go.
Think you've got what it takes to win? Tune in every Friday on Wave 105 FM with Patty Arroyo for the Hilton Trivia Challenge. Test your knowledge and you can score dinner for 2 at the Hilton Guam Resort and Spa. It's brought to you by the Hilton Guam Resort and Spa only on Wave 105 FM.
We're excited to announce that we're hiring for a variety of positions with some of Guam's most recognized and respected brands, including Coca-Cola, Foremost, Chili's, Glimpses of Guam, Subway, Good to Go, and Cinnabon. Whether you're just starting out or looking to take the next step in your career, there's something here for everyone. Explore current opportunities and apply today at applynowguam.com. Your next great opportunity is just a click away.
right, now time to take a look at the real deal traffic report with your girl, Nene. And looking here, it looks like... now it's looking like a free-flowing. So, buckle up the sexy seatbelt, drive smoothly, and tune in to Wave 105 with the Brightside with Pauly. Here it is, taking a look at the traffic advisory. Pavement stripping and marking activities will continue along Route 1 from Route 8 to Alupang Beach Tower. Today, work hours will be from 9 a.m. to 4 p.m. And now here it is, back into the show with Pauly Suba.
The views and opinions expressed in this show are that of the show hosts, guests, and callers. They do not necessarily reflect the views and opinions of the staff and management of Wave 105 FM, Glimpses Media, or any of our partners. As we strive to provide quality, respectful, and engaging content, we welcome you to participate in the conversation. Thank you for tuning in to Wave 105 FM, the sound of Guam. Enjoy the show.
Que antiguo, be my cradle, be my womb.
Viva Badness! Welcome back to Brightside right here on Wave 105, 2:36 in the afternoon. Okay, so we're going to start playing the brief extension of remarks from this morning's legislature, right? And so 14 senators spoke. We'll start with Senator Vince Borja, and we're just going to go down the line about how it was presented, right? And so Senator Vince Borja, he said every decision made in this budget had a reason, a consequence, and a purpose. He said people should not just pay attention to headlines or sound bites. He argues that passing the budget required tough choices, and while he doesn't agree with everything in it, progress comes from compromise, not constant disagreement. And so he also says, show me the mummy. Show me the mummy. You'll get it. Once you hear it, you'll know exactly what I'm talking about. I kind of gave it away. Ready? Queen Nene, let's go. Your work's cut out for you today.
Mr. Speaker, you know, the last 10 days I've learned a lot. And so today, I'm going to try something I've seen some of my colleagues do. Hey, you. Yes, you. You at home. In the office, stop what you're doing and listen, because I need your full attention for just a few minutes. Don't worry. I'm not about to sell you bar fundraising tickets, and I'm not auditioning for a Chamorro Theater series. But what I'm going to do is explain why this process played out the way it did, why some decisions happened the way they did, and why it's important that you understand it. Because if you only catch the sound bites or the headlines, you'll miss the real story. And the real story is this. Every decision made in this budget had a reason, a consequence, and a purpose. Now, let me preface this by saying some of my colleagues will probably attack me and my other colleagues who voted for this bill for what we've done today, and that's fine, because that's part of the process. But here's the reality. In their speeches, they'll leave out the good that's in this budget. They'll focus on what they disagree with. The truth is, each one of us has just one equal vote, just like me, just like them. And the people of Guam need to know we don't make progress by standing here and complaining about everything that's wrong, because that's what you're going to hear. We make progress by recognizing what we can do, by taking steps forward, and by improving what we can. That's how governing works. That's how we serve the people of Guam. Today was not about politics. It's about choices, tough ones that directly affect your family, your paycheck, and the services you rely on every day. Let me say this up front. There are many things in this budget that I don't agree with. But governing is not about throwing my hands up and saying, no, because I didn't get everything I wanted. We don't move forward by disagreeing with everything. We move forward by working with what's in front of us, making it better, and putting the people's needs first. Let's look at the facts. For over 20 years, the other side has held the majority in this legislature. That means for nearly 2 decades, they've had control of this budget process. And yet today, even while we're passing a budget very similar to the ones they pass year after year, they stand here and they're going to stand here and blame everyone else. If you look at the numbers, Mr. Speaker, and I'm not going to go into those details, it's almost 350 million increase in just over 4 years. And here's the difference. Today we're passing a similar budget while also reducing the BPT. And that's something we committed to during the campaign, and that's something we delivered. Tell me that's not good fiscal management. Now some will say, but the people are going to suffer and agencies will suffer. We're compromising education, we're compromising healthcare, and we're compromising public safety. But let's be real. These are some of the same agencies that still have money left over from previous fiscal years that they can't even spend. And that's not even including the federal dollars that we give back year after year because we failed to use them. Mr. Speaker, that's not a revenue problem, that's a management problem. Mr. Speaker, I also want to address why I didn't support some of the proposals that were pushed during this budget session. Some of the funding sources that were right now that we were trying to use were underperforming by 50% compared to what was projected for the fiscal year. To base promises on the kind of unstable revenue is not just irresponsible, it's giving our people false hope, and it does a disservice to the very people who rely on these funds. And let me be clear, the other side is not wrong. We have problems in government, we have problems in healthcare, we have problems in education, we have problems in public safety. But the problem is not funding. We keep using these moments to convince people that if we just give the government more money, that our problems will magically go away. I believe every worker should be compensated fairly, but on one side we're saying that we're going to run out of money, but at the same time we're handing out raises. Mr. Speaker, the math just doesn't add up. For our veterans, I will continue to advocate for you in Washington, D.C. For our mayors, we'll continue to press the executive branch to do its job and fulfill the mandates our mayors too often have to pick up slack for. For our education system, I will continue to hold GDOE accountable to spend and maximize the dollars they already have but failed to use. That is real leadership. That is real progress.
There you go. I just can't help but smile with the whole more mummy. But I get it, right? So he says he voted for families, students, workers, veterans, and taxpayers. Senator Tina Rose Munoz Barnes, right? So she says this bill is far from perfect. She says, I'll admit it. Was there a better way to reduce the tax burden on our local businesses? I think so. That is why I supported an alternative by my good friend, fellow Academy alumna from Barrigada. I think she's talking about Senator Tello, right? She admits mixed feelings, said passing the budget was the right call. And so we'll just play it, right? I mean, I have the whole thing, but I'd rather you hear it from her. Senator Tina Rose Munoz Barnes. You got it? Yeah? Nene on her first day, she's just... You're going to work very hard today. Ready? Let's go.
Feelings, but with resolve that ultimately passing this budget was the right thing to do. This bill is far from perfect, I'll admit it. Was there a better way to reduce the tax burden on our local businesses? I think so. That is why I supported an alternative by my good friend and fellow Academy alumna from Barrigada proposed, and I tried my best to get it included in this budget. Can I blame any civil servants who is worried that cutting $80 million in 2027 will make them lose their job? Of course not. That is why I supported the effort made by the senator from Chamuning to preserve the current BBT rate for businesses that aren't affected by it. Do I want more funding to go to public schools and the hospital? You better believe I do. But promising our students and patients money that may not be real is irresponsible. Despite the concerns, though, it would be wrong to say this budget is all bad. After all, as the saying goes, Mr. Speaker, There are two sides to a coin. And this 188 or 189 page legislation that we spent sleepless nights debating does a lot of good too. It advances our commitment to rebuild Simon Sanchez and make our only prison safe again. It allows a lot of agencies to keep the money they saved this fiscal year. It pushes our effort to capture lost revenue from imports forward to grow our economy without raising taxes. It prevents red tape from closing our cultural repository. It protects our public television station, which is being attacked by the MAGA movement in Washington. It supports our foster children, our local manufacturers, and our emerging green economy. And Mr. Speaker, it will help our depressed tourism industry to be healthy again and help save the jobs of our friends and family who work in the hotels, restaurants, and retail stores. But while I have conflicting feelings about this budget, there are some things that are very clear. It's clear we benefited greatly from the bipartisan spirit shown in this session. And without question, we were better informed because of the hard work of OFB, the governor's fiscal team, our central operations staff, and the teamwork from our senatorial staff who helped more than just their own boss behind the scenes. Mr. Speaker, I also think it is clear that nobody got 100% of what they wanted in this bill. And I don't think any of us would say we are 100% happy with the final product. But for me, that is a sign of a successful negotiation among the 15 of us in this body. Because as we know, the legislature runs on consensus. A lot of time that means meeting halfway to get us to the common ground. And yes, sometimes getting a majority to agree means we have to compromise to not get our way cover to cover. That can be a hard pill to swallow. But if this job was easy, if it was all fun and games, we would have a lot more people signing up to serve in these halls. I tell you one thing though, Mr. Speaker, fulfilling our Organic Act duty to pass a budget, even if I feel uneasy about the end product, the right thing to do was clear for me. And voting to prevent a government shutdown, if it comes to that, will be one of those rare, easy decisions I'll have to make. Undunkle na si Zeus Masi for giving me the time to.
It's okay. She was practically done. So, again, she says, when it comes to compromise, it would be wrong to say this budget is all bad. And she fought hard to get that PBS, the funding, local funding, right? And so she said, it protects our public television station, which is being attacked by the MAGA movement in Washington. And so, I mean, yes, I've worked at PBS, but oh my goodness. I grew up on PBS, Mr. Rogers' Neighborhood, Carmen Sandiego, and we would send birthday cards to PBS and hope that our birthday card, we would send Thomas the Train, even my son. It was a tradition that I did as a kid, and we would send it to corporate PBS and on my son's birthday, and hope that they would showcase my son's the exact birthday card that we sent. And they would open it up and they would read it, right, and show it. And it happened for my son Alex. And so I'm 1,000% biased when it comes to what PBS means to not just this community, but to the nation. And so I've never, not one time did I ever watch PBS as a kid, and then even NewsHour, be like, man, this is so woke. What is this nonsense? To be honest with you, like scientists, I have conversations when they're saying, oh, you represent PBS. I'm like, yeah, I watch that. And so they're scientists wanting to just be associated somehow. Yeah, they would open the birthday cards on TV. The birthday card that you sent.
I think that's in our generation, not Isa's generation.
Oh. this was like in 2000. They were still doing it in like 2005, 2006. Yeah, they're still doing that. Yep. Very cool. And so it was kind of like, I'll be honest too. There's some things like what is it? The road show. For some of it's interesting, some of it's pretty. The road show on Antique Road Show, but I'll be like, yeah, it was boring. They can liven it up a little bit. So I'll admit, I'll be like, yeah, some of the shows are kind of boring, but never woke. So I never understood that mentality. And then what it does for our local community when you see who's behind it, the producers and the people in our community that work with PBS to put together historic docu-series that perpetuates the Chamorro language and our heritage, but then even just society in general. I never understood the rhetoric, why the attack on PBS. Okay, so the next one we're going to get is Senator Chris Duenas. So here's the Democrat, right? And she says at the very end, Tina Rose Munoz Barnes, voting to prevent a government shutdown, if it comes to that, will be one of those rare, easy decisions I'll have to make. And so I go back to Speaker Frank Blas Jr. saying that this was bipartisan. You hear it in her voice. You hear it in her statement. It's bipartisan. It's not all bad. And that's why I think that there's still an opportunity where the governor might just be like, you know what, this sucks, but there are some things in here that we're willing to swallow. I won't sign it. Let's lapse it into law, and we move on. Or she vetoes it, and then the Republicans will look at her to be the 10th person to override a veto of the budget bill. 2:51 in the afternoon. So here's Chris Duenas, who is the chairman on finances of the legislature, right? And so he is working very closely with OFB, and I would even say closely with BBMR, right, in trying to get this budget bill 95% intact before they start to debate on it.
My dear colleagues, we began these budget discussions. We set out with one guiding principle: to strike the right balance between fiscal responsibility and reinvestment in our island's future. I can confidently say we have achieved that. This budget is not just a collection of numbers, it's a statement of values. And through collaboration and compromise, we have delivered a plan that reflects priorities for our people. Let me be clear, the wins in this budget are not Republican wins. They are not Democrat wins. They are wins for Guam. In fact, just this week we saw press releases touting victories secured by good Democratic colleagues, one from Pago Bay, another from Jigo. And you know what? That's exactly how it should be, Mr. Speaker. That's what this process is all about. Yes, the process can be messy. Yes, at times it can even be ugly. But just like making sausage, you don't judge the process by the grind. You judge it by the final product. And colleagues, I believe the product we have before us is strong, thoughtful, and worthy of our people's support. Let's look at what we accomplished together. We committed to tax relief for our businesses, and we delivered. Not only did we lower the BPT to 0.5%, but we took it a step further and looked to lower the other 0.5% in the coming fiscal year, additional fiscal year. We revived our economy by giving tourism the strategic boost it needs, investing in airline incentives to bring back 1 million visitors and jobs to Guam with them. We invested in our people. Guam Memorial Hospital receives additional funding to improve services and meets long-standing needs. Our mayors, the front line of government in every village, and after increasing better services for their constituents and our constituents, Mr. Chair. We upheld fiscal responsibility by ensuring our rainy day fund remains whole. And we finally fulfilled our promise to Simon Sanchez High School, ensuring that students and families in Jigo will no longer be left waiting for the school that they deserve. We listened to our educators, our parents, and our youth by dedicating funding for sports facilities in our schools, because education is not just about books and classrooms, it's about the whole student body and mind. We strengthened public safety by fully funding law enforcement recruitment cycles for GFD, GPD, DOC, CQA, and we gave Customs the resources they need to modernize and finally close the leakages on taxes. Colleagues, that's not just one senator's vision. This is not one party's platform. This is a collective result of working together. That is compromise, and compromise in the true sense. We didn't say it's my way or the highway. We said, let's find a way, and we did. That's why we call this the big, beautiful compromise. It lowers taxes. It funds our hospitals, our schools, our mayors, and our safety. It invests in our economy, our children, and our future. It honors our obligations while still preparing for tomorrow. And above all, it proves that we can accomplish what we can accomplish when we put people above politics.
All right. And so, again, he says the wins in this budget are not Republican wins. They are not Democrat wins. They are wins for Guam. He praised the compromise and collaboration, saying the final product benefits Guam, not just the one party or one person, right? Senator Will Parkinson doesn't agree. And so he says 0.5% now, 0.5% later. It's only going to cost the people of Guam $120 million in lost services to the people who need it most. He's talking about the rollback of the BPT from 5 to 4.5, and then October 2026, again, another 0.5 to a whole 1%, right? But in the meantime, Senator Chris Dueñas says that he's going to be working hard. And I have to believe him. He has no reason not to. I don't know if they'll be on the other side, if the administration will be willing to work just as hard with him to try to capture more taxes and whatnot, the leakage, right? But he says that he wants to have those meetings monthly or quarterly, whatever it takes, right? With DRT, with the OAG, with the OPA, and the administration, ADALU, so that whatever is being leaked out, we plug that, and we get what we deserve, so it can go to public schools and the hospital. But again, Senator Will Parkinson doesn't agree. He says this budget is MAGA style and is a giveaway to the wealthy. So we'll play this one and then we'll go to the break. This is Senator Will Parkinson.
I hope it's been enlightening to show what it's like when these senators try to bring MAGA priorities to this chamber. We've seen quite a few things that have shocked me. Senators with oversight selling their office to agencies they have oversight on. Financial benefits towards the top 1%. Passing new sweeping powers to our political cronies in the dead of night, at midnight, where no people can see. We talk about the statement of values and the priorities of this chamber. One of my good colleagues mentioned the very first priority. Things he mentioned was reducing taxes for the very wealthy. The top 1%. 0.5% now, 0.5% later. And it's only going to cost the people of Guam $120 million in lost services to the people who need it most. And how did they do that? With a demonization of our own local civil servants. Oh, look how useless the government is and all the people that work in there. We need to cut, 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 cut. Oh, we don't like any of these DEI programs. So let's cut, cut, cut on our own cultural programs. Does anyone believe that we are going to be able to solve more problems in the coming years with less money? I don't. This government has been under long-time austerity measures, and this has led to situations where basic wage adjustments are so far behind that when we do make the adjustments, they end up becoming massive obligations because we delay it for so long. And the worst part is, the high cost of living has sold out our youth. And I'm not talking about DOE. I'm talking about young people. There's this meme in our society how Gen Z looks older than millennials. Us millennials are just aging them incredibly. And I thought that was a fun joke, but what I recognized is that these people, these young individuals, are working 2, 3, 4 jobs, and it is putting the age in their face. I lived in a much easier time to be a young person. I could work a part-time job, have an apartment over my head, and still party every weekend. Young people nowadays are living on debt, consumer debt. And they are not going to have the services to care for them. We are going to be losing Medicaid funding throughout the country as this desire to give to the top 1% roots its way throughout the country. But there's a difference, my colleagues in this chamber, between us and the federal government. When they cut revenues for the top 1%, they just get to print money. They can print unlimited amounts of money, and if the national budget is anything to show, just keep going with deficit spending. But we can't do that here. In the local government, we actually have to fund our priorities. And adopting this MAGA, let's give it all to the 1%, loot the government while the going is good, it does not serve the people. And what are we doing? We talk about a big game about right-sizing government, but no meaningful cuts have been made. No courage in the pocket. Just pass.
All right. So we're going to take the break, and then on the other side, we're going to play the rest of, I think we have 10 more to go, right? So the next one will be Senator Chris Barnett. But you can watch the whole thing in its entirety on the Guam Legislature's YouTube channel, 38th Guam Legislature Regular Session, August 22, 2025. You'll fast forward it to about like an hour in because it starts, but then they don't officially start till maybe like an hour into that feed. But I'm just condensing them here, right? And so we'll do that on the other side of these. We're KGUM FM and Dededo Guam. Biba Betness.
KGUM FM Dededo. The talk of Guam is Wave 105 FM.
This is CBS News on the Hour, sponsored by Progressive Insurance.
I'm Michael Toscano. The National Hurricane Center says Hurricane Erin is passing between New England and Bermuda, packing 100-mile-an-hour winds. CBS News meteorologist Rob Marciano checks conditions from Virginia Beach, Virginia.
We spent much of the past few days on the Outer Banks of North Carolina, which certainly got the worst of the waves and the wind. It was the closest point to the center of Erin when Erin was the closest to the U.S. It is slowly beginning to pull away. That's the good news. Bad news is it's such a big storm. The waves propagating out from it are going to continue to pepper this coastline for the next several days.
The Picket Fire in Napa County in California has prompted evacuations in Calistoga as the state copes with one of its worst wildfire seasons ever, made worse by some of the hottest summer temperatures on record. California Governor Gavin Newsom has now signed legislation calling for a special election to redraw congressional maps. Correspondent Nydia Cavazos reports from Los Angeles.
In the state of California, voters must decide if they want to go forward with these maps, unlike Texas and unlike the process that we've been seeing there.
The California Parole Board has denied Eric Menendez's plea to be released from prison decades after murdering his parents along with his brother Lyle. Lyle goes before the board Friday. More on the brothers' case from CBS's Nick Zesevich.
Convicted in 1996, they spent the last 30 years in prison. But after intense public attention to their case, the parole hearing opened a possible pathway to freedom. The Los Angeles District Attorney opposes their release, saying earlier this year that the brothers have not fully taken responsibility for their crimes.
A meat recall has been issued. Our Linda Kenyon reports it covers products from New Jersey's Sabrositis hondureños.
The chorizo sausage, pork chops, and ribs were packed between March of 2024 and August 2025 and sold in several stores in Florida, New Jersey, and other retail establishments and restaurants nationwide. So far, there are no confirmed reports of any adverse reactions from eating the recalled products.
The Trump administration and European negotiators have released limited information now on the new trade deal imposing a 15% import tax on 70% of European goods coming into the U.S. CBS News business correspondent Jolene Kent takes a look.
Together, obviously, the U.S. and the EU account for 44% of the global economy. So as for the products it will be affecting, the EU is going to give the U.S. preferential market access when it comes to agriculture, seafood, dairy products, fresh and processed fruits and vegetables, as well as soybean oil and pork and bison meat.
The announcement left out areas including wine, spirits, and steel. This is CBS News.
Sponsored by Progressive Insurance. We offer auto, home, and commercial auto insurance, plus a variety of business insurance options. Visit Progressive.com today.
You're listening to Leaf Filter Radio, and the guru of gutter protection himself, Chris Coonahan, is here to take your most pressing leaf-related questions.
Hey, everybody, Chris here. I understand we have Ron on the line. Ron, where are you calling from?
Uh-oh. Ron, are you calling from a ladder?
Well, I was. I wanted to ask Chris what I need to do to get my gutters ready to have leaf filter installed.
Oh, Ron, you don't have to do anything. A Leaf Filter Trusted Pro will come out and clean out your gutters, realign and seal your gutters, and install Leaf Filter, America's #1 gutter protection system.
So I didn't need to get on this ladder?
Ron, Leaf Filter Trusted Pros are in your neighborhood and ready to help. Just visit leaffilter.com/deal to schedule your free gutter inspection and get up to 30% off.
Thank goodness. What was that site?
That's leaffilter.com/deal for your free gutter inspection today. See representative for warranty details. Promotion is 20% off plus a 10% senior or military discount. One discount per household.
CBS's Steve Kathan reports a person in the U.S. has tested positive for plague.
Health officials say the person was possibly bitten by an infected flea while camping in South Lake Tahoe, California, and is now recovering at home under medical care. Plague cases in humans are rare and often fatal if not detected early. Antibiotics can work successfully in the early stages. This is the first plague case in California in 5 years. An investigation's been launched into the circumstances of the infection. Steve Kathan, CBS News.
Almost 44% of U.S. adults say they're ordering from restaurant kid menus to save money and because they like the smaller portions. The adults surveyed by Lightspeed Commerce, a hospitality business technology provider, says they're going for the traditionally less expensive kids items as other customers are cutting back substantially on eating out, hurting fast food sales and restaurants. Michael Toscano, CBS News.
It just works. Wave 105 FM.
It's the Guam Autospot Overstock Sell-Off, and our manager is absolutely crazy for dropping these deals. Right now, drive off in a brand new 2025 Eclipse Cross for just $24,995. That's $2,000 off the original price. Plus, check out our high-quality pre-owned vehicles, fully inspected and ready for the road. Get pre-approved online at guamautospot.com or call 478-AUTO to schedule your test drive today. It's the Guam Autospot Overstock Sell-Off, and everything must go.
Hafa Adai, you're tuned in to Wave 105 FM on the Brightside with Pauly Suba every weekday from 2 p.m. to 6 p.m. You can listen to us online on our website on thewave105.com or watch us live on YouTube on Wave 105 FM Guam. If you want to join the conversation, please give us a call at 671-922-1051 or 922-1052. You can send us your comments on WhatsApp at 922-1051. And the Brightside is proudly sponsored by Chili's. Chili's Grill and Bar. At Chili's, more life, great food, and memories happen here. Code School of Guam. Learn, code, and lead the island's first coding bootcamp. Your future in tech begins with us at Code School of Guam. GTA, we start with you. Micropack, open at our Tamuning and Mall location. Make sure to follow our Instagram at Micropack671 and Micropack Inc. on Facebook for exciting deals and promotion. And also, proudly sponsored by Sentinel Security Solution, Guam premier provider of professional security services. Sherwin-Williams, the wet season is on its way and your roof needs to be ready. Don't wait for the blazing sun or the pounding rain. Get ahead with weather-ready coating. Be smart, be prepared, and ask Sherwin-Williams. Subway, eat fresh. In just a few clicks, order online at subwaypacific.com. Or pick up at your convenience or for delivery right at your doorstep. Online ordering at subwaypacific.com is powered by Good to Go, we deliver. At Subway, you gotta refresh to be fresh. And also proudly sponsored by Waiza Animal Hospital. The Go Guam Support Locals campaign is proudly sponsored by Waiza Animal Hospital, where we treat your pets like valued family members. They are Waiza, the wise choice in animal care. All right, now time to take a look at the real deal traffic report. And here it is, your girl Nene. Like Pauly would say, Queen Nene. I have for you heavy flow if you're going through Vergara, going up to Vergara Heights. It is heavy flow there due to one lane closure because of a construction over there. So yes, that's where your heavy flow is. And now hit to the traffic advisory for today. We have motorists are advised to drive cautiously through construction zone. Observe all posted speed limits and construction signs. And carefully heed flaggers when presented. And there you go. Your traffic report. And here, let's get back into the show.
The views and opinions expressed in this show are that of the show host, guests, and callers. They do not necessarily reflect the views and opinions of the staff and management of Wave 105 FM, Glimpses Media, or any of our partners. As we strive to provide quality, respectful, and engaging content, we welcome you to participate in the conversation. Thank you for tuning in to Wave 105 FM, the sound of Guam. Enjoy the show.
Welcome back to Brightside here on Wave 105. My name is Pauly Suba, Biba Betness. And so we're playing all of the brief extension of remarks now that the budget discussion and debate is over, right? And they've passed the substitute budget bill. The governor is going to decide whether to sign it into law or veto it. Everything is on the table, according to the office of the governor. 3:12 in the afternoon. So now it's Senator Chris Barnett. That's where we're at now. So he says this budget bill is a blueprint for how this Republican majority intends to lead deceptively, dangerously, and double speak. So there's like technical difficulties, and we've been experiencing technical difficulties throughout the budget. I would even say even prior to when there would be public hearings and whatnot, audio would go out or the feed would go out. And so it kind of happens again with Senator Chris Barnett, not on our end, but on cable TV. And so there's a little bit of an issue, but we'll play all the way to the part that there is some drama, and then I'll briefly explain what happened. And obviously there was some discontent with Senator Chris Barnett. He even makes a statement like, it's funny how it always happens when we're speaking. Senator Therese Terlais wants things to not, basically wants to make sure that because of the open government law, that they fix these issues that if it's going to go out on cable TV, they want to make sure that the whole speech goes out in its entirety. And if it can't, then they need to recess and fix it. But for the most part, we got most of his speech in, and then we'll cut, and then we'll play the rest of the speech. And then I don't think there are any more technical difficulties. At least I didn't see any on the stream. So, again, this is Senator Chris Barnett saying that this is a blueprint for how this Republican majority intends to lead deceptively.
Mr. Speaker, this is not a budget bill. This is a blueprint. My people of Guam, this is a blueprint for how this Republican majority intends to lead. Deceptively, dangerously, with doublespeak. They talk loud and they talk hard because they don't want you to focus on what they're saying. They don't want you to focus on what this bill doesn't do. So they lie to you about what it does. And let me tell you what it doesn't do. It doesn't provide enough money for your tax refunds. The administration was very clear, we are going to run out of money to pay your tax refunds. This bill does nothing for the Guam Memorial Hospital. It appropriates $35 million in imaginary funds. Fake money for the real problems at the Guam Memorial Hospital. In fact, my dear people of Guam, this bill does so little for our people's only public hospital that we are now hearing we're going to be back in here next week on an emergency session to deal with the problems at GMH because we couldn't do it in here in this session. Because our priority was to take care of the wealthiest corporations on this island. And that means no money for education. A budget that is going to be a disaster for our public schools and our public school students. They want to talk about the Guam Visitors Bureau and how we're going to bribe the airlines and pay people to come here to our island. Come here to our island so they could see our rundown parks and our dirty bathrooms, because this budget bill does nothing to fund the maintenance, the beautification of our destination. It offers $11 million in bribes to the airlines. You know who needs help with the airlines? Our people who have to go off island because we can't fund the Guam Memorial Hospital. Go give them an airline ticket. The jeopardization of critical public services at the expense of an $80 million corporate payoff. Those are the priorities. Because my colleagues, I don't think they want to serve our people. It seems like they want to outsmart them. They want to outmaneuver them. And this, my dear people of Guam, this is the outcome of that. That's why I voted no on this budget bill. It jeopardizes tax refunds.
Senator Barnett.
All right, that's where they let him know that the audio wasn't playing. But you heard Senator Chris Barnett, and you kind of hear like something being slapped on the table. That's the budget bill. So we're fast forwarding now to when they clear up all of the technical issues, right? And Senator Chris Barnett finishes his speech. Yeah, here we go.
I don't know what's going on here, but it seems like a lot of times when we're the ones talking, things get cut off. So, Mr. Speaker, this it's been called the big, beautiful compromise. And I think that's appropriate because this bill compromises public education, public health care, our people's tax refunds. They say it's balanced, but we'll see how balanced this budget bill is when our critical public services fall flat on our face, and our people are left to foot the bill for $80 million in corporate tax discounts, Mr. Chair. That was the priority. That was the priority for this budget session. It was very clear from day one that this majority, who didn't tell the people of Guam they were going to slip this 0.5% this year, $40 million, 0.5% next year, $40 million, grand total, $80 million. And then they say there's no money for the veterans, there's no money for the PTOs, there's no money for the mayors. Of course there's no money, because we gave it all to the biggest of the big businesses, Mr. Speaker. So my dear people of Guam, this is not a budget bill. This is a blueprint. It's a blueprint for how this Republican majority intends to lead, by prioritizing the desires of the biggest corporations and not filling the needs of the people of Guam. Mr. Speaker.
Okay, so he opposes the budget, saying it underfunds tax refund schools, GMH, by relying on imaginary funds. He frames it as prioritizing corporate payoffs over ordinary people and accuses the majority, the Republican Party, of trying to outmaneuver rather than serve the people. Senator Sean Gumatautau disagrees, and he says this budget bill grows the economy, not the government. So here's Senator Sean Gumatautau. And if you thought Senator Chris Barnett is raising his voice, wait till you hear Gumatautau.
In a letter dated December 17, 1901, 32 men from right here in Hagåtña sent a petition to the Speaker of the U.S. House of Representatives via then-Governor of Guam, Commander Seton Schroeder, to the Secretary of the U.S. Navy that read in part, quote, "The present government was established in August 1899, its legal status being that of a military government of occupation under the authority of a naval officer, the commandant of the naval station established in this island. The change of sovereignty was welcomed by the inhabitants of Guam, and the American government has never been hampered by disaffection or opposition on their part, but on the contrary, they have been loyal, law-abiding, and patient, supporting the government morally and materially as opportunity offered, frequently at considerable personal sacrifice." 16 years later, the, quote, "establishment of a permanent government in this island" would come with the establishment of the Guam Congress, which convened on February 3rd, 1917. They had no legislative powers. They provided more advice than policy. A Bill of Rights is formulated here in 1930, and Guam holds its first general election on March 7th, 1931. War hits our shores 10 years later in 1941. The 8th Guam Congress in 1947 requests U.S. citizenship and an organic act of Guam. The next 3 years included many events, which was reflected on in recent weeks right here in this building and all across this great island. I presume that the letter I referred to and penned nearly 124 years ago started from discussions across Guam on how we as citizens should seek our collective destinies under the flag of the United States of America. Believe it or not, each legislature here since 1950 in many ways has done its part to take on that particular question head on. With that, Mr. Speaker, I noted at the start of the budget deliberations that the fiscal year budget is one of our most important mandates. I said then that the Organic Act of Guam is explicit. Appropriations shall be made by the legislature. Bill number 44-38 was created by this co-equal branch of government of Guam to set the policy of ours and our sister branches for the next 12 months' collective destinies all. I come away from this experience with this: grow the economy, not government. While a group of senators continue to advocate for a bigger Gov Guam with no expectation for improvements in the delivery of public services, this Republican-led 38th Guam legislature took a critical step forward to earn back the public's trust in its government by, among other things, setting priorities, restoring the 4% business privilege tax, prioritizing critical public health, safety, and education services, not just words, a meaningful set of priorities. Together, we must ensure that this policy is executed as we laid out in Bill 44-38. Mr. Speaker, destiny is not a matter of chance, it is a matter of choice. A choice of yay or nay for a FY26 budget has been made. In every opportunity that I've had, Mr. Speaker, with constituents, agency heads, government employees, and my colleagues in this branch, I emphasize each time that everything that we do should not always be about money. It should be about the policy priorities of Guam today. The creation of public policy right here provides all of our citizens with the very means to allow each and every one of us to seek and find our destiny in 2025 and beyond. That letter, Mr. Speaker, on December 17, 1901, was a sign of things to come. The actions by those named on that letter inspired the Guam Congress. It led to action that spurred our first Guam legislature and the work to have the Organic Act of Guam signed into federal law. The words remind this 38th Guam legislature that permanent self-government as part of the American family is our responsibility to protect right here and right now. Future Guam legislatures will be charged with doing the same. They will reflect on the next 75 years and what it all means to the people of Guam. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for the time.
Thank you very much.
That's passion, baby. That's passion. Got a history lesson and everything. Restoring the BPT to 4%. This budget reflects a choice to set priorities, focusing on health, safety, and education, and reducing government growth. Again, restoring the BPT. This one doesn't restore the BPT to 4%. It leads to that, though, because they did put in the amendment that that's what they were going to move towards October 1st, 2026, which is a whole new budget cycle, right? So, I mean, you have a whole year to do that or undo that, because that's a whole new budget cycle, October 1st, 2026. Senator Therese Terlai says, what we do know is that a reduction of taxes today is certain to reduce government revenues by a minimum of $80 million, possibly even $120 million over the next 2 years. So here's Senator Therese Terlai.
Of taxes for businesses, of course, is a great opportunity for businesses to expand, to treat their employees better, to lower prices for consumers, or simply to earn bigger profits. We don't know which will be chosen by the businesses given this tax relief in this budget bill. What we do know is that a reduction of taxes today is certain to reduce government revenues that could otherwise be spent on health, safety, and education for all the people of Guam, including private sector employees and hardworking families in all sectors, by a minimum of $80 million, possibly $120 million over the next 2 years. A 4.5% GRT rate for all businesses grossing from $500,000 to $500 million was touted as a compromise. But in the end, there was no compromise. There were many opportunities to find middle ground through targeted amendments, yet the majority refused to budge. These proposals would have provided more meaningful relief to small businesses while still preserving critical revenue for critical agencies. The fact that these targeted amendments did not pass raises a serious question. Is this tax cut really intended to help struggling small businesses? Because if it were, logic tells us that a larger break for them would have been embraced, but that's not what happened here. In previous legislatures, some businesses were granted complete exemption from the BPT. Other legislatures, including myself in previous terms, reduced the tax rate to 3% for 66% of Guam's businesses, some say 90%, but those who gross less than $500,000. The other 34% of the businesses currently pay 5%. And I proposed during the budget session a scalpel instead of a chainsaw that would cut out of that 34%, 1,071 or 21% of businesses on Guam who make between 500,000 and 2 million could enjoy a 3% tax rate while keeping 5% for the larger multi-million-dollar businesses. For example, a business making 2 million after exemptions would save $10,000 at 4.5% compared to the 5% rate. But under my amendment to apply a 3% rate to businesses up to 2 million, that same business would have saved $30,000 instead of just $10,000. $10,000 or $30,000 in savings, which provides a better support for a $2 million business trying to stay afloat, pay employees, and deal with rising costs. Now let's look at an example from the 33 largest businesses who benefit the most from a 4.5% rate reduction. A $200 million business saves an additional $1 million just by moving from 5% to 4.5% tax rate. Meanwhile, the majority of businesses get far less relief, despite making up most of Guam's economy. And the reduction of the GRT for the largest of our businesses forces the 26 budget to rely on about $49 million in excess revenues just to maintain, not improve, maintain basic services and to subsidize GVB. And we must recognize that these excess funds will likely not be available next year to subsidize GVB or to pay for existing operations, or to borrow and build a new hospital or a new prison. GMH testified the 26 budget as presented was not enough for their needs. It was $82.3 million short. And we fought hard, and many of us tried to proffer amendments, and I was able to get at least $7 million in real cash for GMH by accurately projecting our withholding revenues. I was also able to ensure they're going to get 6.19% of the BPT for the pharmaceutical fund, as mandated by law. Yet that fund might decrease this year because of the reduction in BPT. The hospital will also be relying on the hope of another $20 million in FY26 revenues, but the GMH shortfall is still hovering around $55 million. We can and should do better for the people of Guam, Mr. Speaker.
So she gives an example that big corporations are going to benefit most with the rollback of the BPT from 5 to 4.5. She says a $200 million business saves an additional $1 million. Meanwhile, small businesses see far less savings. And she says this proves the rollback wasn't really about helping struggling mom and pop shops. She also says GMH is still in crisis. GMH testified the 2026 FY budget as presented was not enough. It was $82.3 million short. And so even with her amendment securing $7 million in real cash and ensuring 6.19% of BPT goes to the pharmaceutical fund, the hospital is still going to face a $55 million shortfall. And so she says GMH is relying on hope for another $20 million, which is risky and unstable. And so Senator Chris Barnett, earlier you heard him say he hears that they'll just be back in session next week for an emergency session to save GMH. 3:32 in the afternoon. We'll take our break. On the other side of these, we'll come back for the second half of the 3 o'clock hour in the Brightside, and we'll start with Senator Sabrina Salas-Mantanani's brief extension of remarks that she basically said earlier today, and we'll share it with you, our audience here on Wave 105.
CBS News Brief. As Hurricane Erin continues churning away from the mid-Atlantic coast, it is still affecting conditions there. CBS News meteorologist Rob Marciano is at Virginia Beach.
There are lifeguards on duty, but not to rescue people, but to make sure that people don't even get into the water. It's so rough here, and will continue to be in the next couple of days.
California Governor Gavin Newsom has signed legislation calling for a special election on newly redrawn congressional maps.
We'll be the first state in U.S. history to, in the most democratic way, submit to the people of our state the ability to determine their own maps.
CBS's Nick Zesovich reports Eric Menendez has been denied parole in California, with his brother Lyle to go before the parole board Friday.
Although the parole board has denied Eric's release, Lyle could get a different outcome. The brothers have tried to demonstrate their rehabilitation in different ways, which could affect the board's decision.
CBS News Brief. I'm Michael Toscano.
Have wages caught up with prices? I'm Mark Hamrick with a Bankrate.com Personal Finance Minute. Even after years of strong pay increases, wages still haven't fully caught up with inflation. According to Bankrate's 2025 Wage to Inflation Index, prices have risen 22.7% since early 2021. Wages are up 21.5%, so that leaves a shortfall of 1.2 percentage points. This is progress compared to the worst of it. The gap peaked at nearly 5 points in 2022. Households are paying more than they're earning back still. Americans are noticing. Bankrate's Consumer Sentiment Survey finds more than half say the economy is on the wrong track. And one likely reason is their pay still hasn't fully recovered from the post-pandemic surge in prices. Is there good news? Perhaps. In industries like retail, healthcare, and hospitality, wages have outpaced inflation. But in areas including education, construction, and manufacturing, paychecks are still falling short. For more, check out Bankrate.com. I'm Mark Hamrick.
I'm Larry Magid with the Connect Safely report. If you're setting up a phone for a young child, be aware that both iOS and Android have lots of built-in tools to limit what the child can do with that device. Connect Safely Education Director Carrie Gallagher has thoughts on what types of things parents might let their kids do or not do.
They don't need all of the features at once right away. They don't need necessarily the ability to write email, the ability to get on social media, the ability to watch YouTube, the ability to do research. They might need the ability to text you and text their friends. They might need the ability to learn how to set alarms or set a to-do list for themselves.
More, including steps on how you can set parental controls, and the full Doing Tech Right podcast with Carrie at connectsafely.org/radio. With the Connect Safely report, I'm Larry Magid for CBS News.
Lace Up Guam, the first Run for Wishes event, is happening at Leo Palace Resort on September 13th. Select your distance from 2K, 5K, 10K to half marathon to participate in this powerful event. Race package includes finisher tees, visors, socks, and medals, plus cash prizes for the top finishers. Proceeds from the event benefit the Make-A-Wish Foundation, Guam, and CNMI. Presented by Leo Palace Resort, Clutch, Power 98, Wave 105.1 FM, Route 99, and Protection Concepts Unlimited, with support from our community sponsors. Sign up now to help wishes become reality through your step-by-step participation.
Country music lives on Route 99 FM. Tune in to 99.5 FM or listen live online at Route99FM.com to catch all your favorite country music non-stop and direct. 24/7 country music. Classics, throwbacks, and the chart toppers are keeping you cruising on Guam's road to all country music, Route 99 FM.
Pat's Tinting and Detailing offers premier services from complete interior cleaning and VIP detailing. And to keep you cool, Pat's also offers factory, ceramic, blacked out, and base-approved auto tinting. For more information, call 647-SLAM.
Hafa Adai, Guam. Engage in a conversation made for the veterans of Guam with Johnny and Miss Bobby. We want to hear concerns and comments. Tune in every Wednesday for our new time, 10 a.m. to 12 p.m. on Wave 105, The Talk of Guam.
One pill can kill. Fake pills often contain fentanyl. It only takes 2 milligrams of fentanyl, equivalent to a few grains of salt, to be lethal. Fake pills are often sold on social media platforms, making them available to anyone with a smartphone.
Talk early and often to youth about the dangers of misusing prescription drugs and the lethal dangers of counterfeit drugs laced with fentanyl.
Stay informed, stay safe. One pill can kill.
This public service announcement is brought to you by the radio stations of Glimpses Media Group. Wave 105 FM and Power 98.
Bolt your doors, lock your windows, turn off your lights, and come with me into the Weird Darkness. I'm Darren Marlar, the host of Weird Darkness, every Thursday night from 6 to 8 here on Wave 105.1. Every week on Weird Darkness, you'll hear 2 hours of stories of the paranormal, supernatural, legends, lore, crime, conspiracy, mysterious, macabre, unsolved, and unexplained. Weird Darkness, this Thursday night at 6 on Wave 105.1.
All right, now it's time to take a look at your real deal traffic report with the girl Nene. And looking here, we have a little bit of action in Upper Tumon in the intersection at going into Route 16. And then we have a heavy flow at Barragata going all the way up to Barragata Heights due to a one-lane closure of construction. And that is your real deal traffic report. And let's check out your traffic advisory. Constructive activities will continue along Route 10 between the Route 4 intersection and Father Dueñas. From today, there will be a lane closure between 9 a.m. to 4 p.m. and Monday to Friday, 7 a.m. to 4 p.m. on Saturdays. Motorists should expect delays and drive with caution. And that is your Real Deal Traffic Report.
The views and opinions expressed in this show are that of the show host, guests, and callers. They do not necessarily reflect the views and opinions of the staff and management of Wave 105 FM, Glimpses Media, or any of our partners. As we strive to provide quality, respectful, and engaging content, we welcome you to participate in the conversation. Thank you for tuning in to Wave 105 FM, the sound of Guam. Enjoy the show.
All right, welcome back. Biba Betness, the bright side here on Wave 105, 3:40 in the afternoon. We're just going to get right into it, right? Because we still have a few more to go. And we'll play these in the order that they were presented at the legislature. So we're at Senator Bree Salas Mantanani. And so she shares that she listened to all of the agencies that she has oversight over, right? The hospital, the Veterans Affairs, Public Health, and so she agrees with the rollback, but also has pushed for amendments that would empower and benefit the agencies that she has oversight over. And so here she is, Senator Sabrina Salas Mantanani.
We just completed an immensely intense 2 weeks of session developing our government's next fiscal year budget. I commend my colleagues for their passion and all of the work that went into and continues to go into the process, and to Chairman Dueñas for his leadership and diligence as the presider of the budget proceedings. Too often we forget those behind this budget, we forget that behind this budget, behind the numbers in the ABC 1, 2, 3, I are people, real people who will be affected both positively and negatively over the final product we present as a body. To start, I want to acknowledge and recognize the people who do the numbers crunching, the collating, the preparation, who advise on the sidelines and keep all 15 of us policymakers in line and every once in a while in sync. Our clerk of the legislature, our office staff, audio visual masters, legal counsel, policy analysts, the OFB specialists, the executive director, the CFO, and the whole central staff, Sarge, even you. These are the faceless and nameless amazing people who make this legislature run and who keep this institution functioning as a co-equal branch of government, despite not having co-equal financial compensation. Then there are the employees, the people, the human beings who make our department and agencies operate so they can provide service to our residents. They aren't AI or figureheads, but real people just trying to do their jobs the best they can. During this process and what felt like budget boot camp, the learning curve was enormous. It is painstakingly difficult to create a budget that will please everyone when we have a finite amount of money. So I did the one thing that I've done best all my life. I listened. I listened to the hardworking medical professionals at GMH who expressed to me, often with emotion, how they want so much to treat and heal patients as best they can, but just need the tools to do it. I listened to the experts at Guam Behavioral Health and Wellness Center speak about those who are mentally challenged, who they try with extreme diligence to help, but they just don't have the funds to do it. I listened to the public health experts who give all their energy to processing families so they can get their supplemental nutrition assistance program funds. I listened to the dedicated people at GOVA who do more with less and have been hamstrung by annual budgets that don't reflect the politicians' cry of we'll do everything we can for our veterans. I listened and then I advocated for them as best I could. The most contentious component of the budget was the BPT. Thousands upon thousands of our island residents will be positively impacted by the reduction of the business privilege tax. Not just those behind the companies, corporations, but their employees and customers who will finally get some relief after 7 years of tempered wages and higher prices. Some of our colleagues in here have been vilified or have vilified the owners of the companies who will benefit from the BPT rollback. But those colleagues failed to mention that government service is made possible by the tax dollars provided directly and indirectly by the business community. The owners of the corporations have been made out to be the villain in this budget debate, despite providing employment opportunities, promotions, growth, and products and services to our people. They're somehow supposed to feel guilty for their success, which is a disconcerting message because don't we teach our children to strive and be as successful as they can be? I find great irony in that message, especially since my legislative colleague who led the jeers and the charges against Guam's large corporations was also a colleague of mine for decades, working for a company who provided our island with the service of information and truth. In fact, 4 members of the 38th Guam legislature work for that company, which is part of a conglomeration that includes a nonprofit organization that provides financial assistance for those battling cancer. No matter what side we stood during this session, I believe we, all 15 of us, stood up for what we believe. I thank my colleagues for some very lively debate during this budget session over some extremely important matters. The budget development process is arduous, intense, certainly not glamorous, as evidenced by the video footage of all of us at midnight Thursday. But what kept me going are the people. I was reminded of why I ran in the first place. I ran for you, not me. Situ Mosby.
Oh, there you go, Senator Sabrina Salas-Mantanani, right? So she says the BPT rollback is a relief for both businesses and employees, and critics unfairly vilified successful corporations, even though they provide jobs and services. And so she says even my colleague that I worked with in another company, and there's 4 of us, that's Senator Chris Barnett, right? That's who she's talking about. I don't think they can say names. I think that's why. Mike is on the line. Wants to talk about sports? Let's go. Hafa Adai, Mike, the sports guy. Mike, the sports guy is what we're calling you. Hafa Adai, Mike, you're on the air.
Hey, what's going on, Pauly? How's it going, man? First time I'm actually calling in the prime time instead of in the morning with Patty.
Well, I thank you for that, and so I wanted to. So I was very excited when I heard that you're on the line, and so I wanted to go to you. So you want to give us an update on any of the sports? What is it? NFL? We're still.
Way, man. We don't pay attention. I mean, if you're paying attention to the NFL right now, it's only preseason.
Right.
It don't matter.
Okay.
It don't count.
Right.
At the same time, it's all about Little League World Series right now, man.
Okay. Tell me about it. I'm not following. Hawaii? Are we following Hawaii?
Hawaii's out, bro.
They're out. See, I told you I'm not following.
They're out. They're out.
So who's
sadly,
in still?
Okay, I know. I recall. I believe Connecticut. I may be wrong on this because I was I was looking at my notes earlier, but I know Nevada may have gotten back into the championship game.
Okay.
By beating it was either South Carolina or South Dakota. I could be wrong on this. You may not don't quote me on this because I don't have my notes on me right now.
It's okay.
But,
I'll believe whatever you tell me because I'm not tracking at all.
Well, this time of the year, it's all about Little League World Series, man.
Yeah.
Especially when they're playing them on ESPN and all the ESPN channels, and then the championship games are going to be this weekend.
This weekend?
Sunday our time, Saturday back there.
Okay.
Tomorrow they're going to have the international championship game and the USA championship game, and then on Sunday our time, that's when they're going to have the Little League World Series final between the U.S. champ and the international champ.
What age group are we following? Because there's quite a few. What age group is the big one?
This is like between the ages of 10 and 12.
Okay.
12, 13.
Okay, the 13 under.
Yeah.
Got it. Okay.
Yeah. At the same time, I know Valenzuela was still in there, man. So yeah. I believe the two Far East teams in China, Taipei, and Japan are out. Normally those guys are in the championship game, but this year they got taken out, man.
Yeah.
And I know one of the teams to watch out for on the international side is Aruba.
Wow. I haven't heard that name. I haven't heard that name since the Beach Boys.
Yeah, I was going to say Aruba, Jamaica. Ooh, I want to take you to the Little League World Series in Pennsylvania and watch the boys get their job done.
Wow, look at you. Mike, the sports guy, can sing.
Oh, anyways. Yeah, it's going to be an interesting weekend. At the same time, you also have some WNBA wrapping up and all that stuff, getting ready for the playoffs. They're jockeying for positions and all that stuff, So yeah, thought I'd throw that in there real quickly. At the same time, like you did say, they are paying attention to the NFL. But like I told Dice the other morning, you don't pay attention to the preseason because if you do, your hopes are going to be too high, and then after you get that first loss, you're going to be like, here we go again. I'm like, it's only the first loss.
Yeah.
But, yeah, it's going to be an interesting weekend of sports, and they'll just have to be tuned in.
Thanks,
or,
Mike.
Looking them up.
Well, I appreciate you updating us.
Hope everyone stays dry out there and have a great weekend.
Will do. Appreciate it. Thanks for calling.
Anytime, buddy. Anytime.
Mike, the sports guy.
And now Patty's like, I knew I should have taken him the other morning.
Yeah. Well, I got you, my friend. Thanks for calling in.
I appreciate it.
Take care.
Okay, you too.
Mike, the sports guy. JC's on the line. Wants to talk about cola.
Hafa Adai.
Hafa Adai, JC.
How you doing?
It's going.
How you doing?
I'm doing.
Okay. I don't know, man. I haven't heard any senator. I was listening today, and I haven't heard any cola. So
Usually that's November, right? November is when you start when they start talking about it. I lost JC.
I'm still here.
Oh, there. Why?
I call back?
No.
Back?
I'm trying to get rid of. Nene, do you hear that? Yeah. Wow. You're already making so much mistakes already.
Thank goodness.
JC, you there? JC, call us back. Queen Nene hung up on you. Okay. You can disconnect that line because that's still open. And is JC still there? Is JC calling back? Because we can play Senator Joseph Augustine then. Oh, that's... Just put him on. Yeah, just put it on. JC, you there? I don't hear it.
This is Joe Maulik.
Oh, it's Joe Maulik. Sweet. What's up, my friend? You heard Cola, right? You heard Cola and you're like, ooh, they're talking about me.
Yeah, I know it won't be out until before Christmas.
Right, November. No amendments to increase the COLA this year.
No, I've been calling to. Remember the helicopter on top of the house?
Yes, I remember.
Okay. Right after a few days later, I received United States Treasury check.
Really?
Yeah.
Oh, is it more than your COLA check?
No, it's not. It's U.S.
Yeah, U.S.
United
Treasury.
States.
How much are they giving you? How much is the U.S. Treasury giving you? $1 trillion. $1 trillion.
3-digit number.
3-digit? That's not bad. 3 digits,
no.
not bad.
No, I was telling John Tula about that. We were talking on the phone, and the helicopter came to the house.
And dropped you the U.S. Treasury check?
No. I guess they finally found out my address, and they mailed the check.
Mm-hmm.
Because my house number is right in front of the front door.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's cool.
Yeah, it is.
Heck yeah.
I was surprised when the check came and I opened it up.
Right.
And
what'd you do? What'd you do? Sue the president or something? How'd you get that money?
You're the one who's paying for the lady to pay me back with my gas and bush cutter.
Oh, what? See, here I was thinking that was all, I was just advocating kind of jokingly, but dang. There you go. Nice.
That's good, Uncle Sam.
Heck yeah.
Gave me a little bit to spend.
Yeah, absolutely.
And I gave Yvonne. I told her to take that to the bank and check what's going on. So that's my other deposit.
Yes.
Direct deposit. Yeah.
Heck yeah. Heck yeah.
So, congratulations.
Congratulations.
My backup.
Backup?
Because your host is awful up because we've been talking about it.
Oh yeah, no worries. I got you.
You're the one who said this.
Yeah. Well, I got you. Even I was, I didn't know that was really going to go down like that, but I'm so happy that it did.
But you're the one that was saying it on the radio.
We'll keep saying it. Maybe they'll give me a check.
Yeah.
Well, I appreciate you, Joe Malik. JC's back on the line. I got to get him, yeah?
Okay.
Okay, senor.
Hey. Viva Betness.
Viva Betness. Take care, senor.
Okay.
Hafa Adai, JC, you're on the air. JC, we got you back.
Okay. I'm going to make it real quick because
yes.
on the top.
Right.
This,
yeah.
Almost 4 o'clock.
Go for it.
So, no, I haven't heard the caller. Did you hear me? What I said?
Yeah.
Before I got caught up?
Yeah, I heard you say that.
Mention about cola, and I keep hearing, I heard Chris mention about blueprint.
Yeah. It's not a budget bill, it's a blueprint.
Yeah. They keep saying there's no money. So I'm thinking, I'm just speculating. Maybe there's no cola.
Oh no! No one's saying there's no cola.
Cola, so like
no.
It's a lot of money.
No one's gonna do that.
And if I don't get it, then your dad don't get it.
Right, exactly. And we are gonna go up and
don't get it.
Right. We're gonna I will protest with you, senor, if you don't get it.
Because okay, that's about it. Police is $double.
Okay, JC, appreciate it.
Thank you.
Yeah, no, they weren't talking about increasing. The conversation wasn't not even to defund it. So I don't want to scare. There's enough scare tactics, I guess, that was going on during the budget talks, and I don't want to scare anybody. just because they didn't talk about it doesn't mean that there's no funding for it, right? And so, as a matter of fact, I think I can find it. It is in the budget bill, so it's not. It hasn't been defunded. So I don't want anybody to freak out. On the other side, though, we have our friend Jason Perez, who's an aircraft pilot. And I wanted to sit down with him and have a conversation with him because I thought that was pretty cool. We were talking to the Congressman Jim Moylan and yesterday, and he goes, "You know what, man? So everybody, this new generation, he's so very impressed with them. And some of these students are not even out of high school yet, and they're becoming aircraft pilots. And so we have a high school student that is training to be an aircraft pilot, and he's got his hours in and everything. So I thought that's really cool. Okay, so here we are, retirement options, government of Guam. No, that's not. I'm looking for COLA. Let me see if I can get this before the break. Bang! Thank you so much. Search bar. $2,300 to each retiree of Government of Guam Retirement Fund who is retired as of September 30, 2025, or his or her survivor no later than November 1st, 2025. So you're getting $2,300. And so that's usually around November. It's in the budget bill. It's in the substitute budget bill, right? And even if they rolled over status quo budget bill, you have it there too. So you're not defunded. 4 o'clock on the dot, KGUM FM in Dededo, Guam.
This is CBS News on the Hour, sponsored by O'Reilly Auto Parts.
I'm Michael Toscano. Napa Valley wine country vineyards may be threatened by a wildfire spreading there. And in Southern California, the record heat wave is creating conditions for wildfires to rapidly expand. CBS's Jonathan Vigliotti is checking with fire crews in the Brush Hills of Los Angeles.
Whenever we have this elevated temperatures, there is always a possibility that any spark could create a fire.
Adam Van Gerpen is a captain with the Los Angeles Fire Department.
There's no such thing as brush fire season. We get our heaviest winds, our Santa Ana wind conditions in October, but we're seeing these fast, erratic winds year-round.
Wall Street and the White House will be looking for clues Friday to Federal Reserve action on interest rates at their next meeting. Fed Chair Jerome Powell will speak Friday at the Fed's annual Economic Symposium in Jackson Hole, Wyoming. Money Watch Associate Managing Editor Amy Peakey.
The issue is there are a couple more pieces of big economic data that are due to be released before that meeting. One of the big ones is the next jobs report that comes out September 5th.
A panel of justices on a New York appellate court threw out the $500 million penalty in the civil fraud case against President Trump and others, ruling the fine was excessive. But CBS's Graham Cates reports the finding that fraudulent financial numbers were used by Trump and his company with banks and lenders still stands.
New York Attorney General Letitia James said in a statement Thursday that her office will appeal the decision, but cited one aspect of the ruling which left in place sanctions barring President Trump from serving as an officer or director of any corporation or other legal entity in the state for 3 years, while his sons, Eric Trump and Donald Trump Jr., were banned for 2 years.
The Supreme Court will allow President Trump to cut hundreds of millions of dollars in research funding at the National Institutes of Health. CBS's Linda Kenyon has more.
In a 5-4 ruling, the nation's highest court lifted a lower court order that blocked more than $780 million in research grants that were linked to diversity programs. While other aspects of the case are still ongoing, this latest ruling is another win for President Trump, who has sought to end diversity, equity, and inclusion, especially when it comes to education.
CBS News correspondent Jim Krasula reports on the growing feeling among some that empathy may not be a good thing.
Some conservative Christian evangelicals are saying empathy has become a vice. They claim the virtue can manipulate people into accepting what the critics see as sins, like abortion access and LGBTQ plus rights. That view has gained traction among President Donald Trump's Christian base as he enacts hardline policies.
This is CBS News.
Think O'Reilly Auto Parts for all your car care needs. Get the parts and service you need fast. from the professional parts people at O'Reilly Auto Parts.
Are you having trouble hearing? Hearing loss can devastate the quality of your life. Now, there's an affordable fix for you or your loved one. Rated the best hearing aids of 2025 by Forbes Health, Audion Hearing has the highest quality hearing aids at the lowest prices, starting at just $98 a pair.
I actually like them better than my old $5,000 hearing aid.
I could not believe how my hearing and life changed.
Join over 1 million happy customers by going to audionhearing.com. That's AUDIEN hearing.com.
William is one of millions of Americans who uses GoodRx to save on the cost of their prescriptions.
My oldest daughter, Camilla, 2 days old, she had to have open heart surgery. All of a sudden, she's on 5 different medications. It adds up at the end of the month. Me and the pharmacist got so tight. She said, GoodRx save you a lot of money. Saving that extra $200-300 a month. We're able to do all these extra activities, so it puts less stress on our household, and it puts less stress on our pockets.
Download the free app or visit GoodRx.com and start saving today. GoodRx user compensated for their time. GoodRx is not insurance, but can be used instead of insurance.
Kids heading back to school, you might have to get them back on a regular sleep schedule. Some ideas from CBS's Christopher Cruz.
Doctors say getting a good night's sleep is critical for students, and helping them gradually get into a sleep routine before school starts is essential. Dr. Christopher Cello of the Division of Pulmonary and Sleep Medicine at Children's Hospital of Philadelphia.
Sleep's really important in the lives of children. Can affect their mood, can affect their behavior, and can affect other health conditions that they have. And it affects virtually every aspect of their everyday life.
Dr. Cello says a child should go to bed at the same time every night and stay away from screens. Christopher Cruz, CBS News.
As those kids get into classrooms this year, 17 states and the District of Columbia are imposing new cell phone restrictions. That brings to 35 the number of states with laws or rules limiting student phone use in schools. Some states have full-day bans, while others restrict phone use during class time. Michael Toscano, CBS News.
The talk you want to hear. Wave 105 FM.
Hafa Adai at Wave 105 FM. We want to talk. We want to talk about the things that are important to our island and our community, and we want to talk with you. If you want to join the conversation, if you want to chime in, we welcome it. We welcome all points of view, all thoughts, all perspectives. Call or WhatsApp us at 671-922-1051. If that line is busy, then call us at 922-1052. This is Talk for Everyone. Thanks for listening to Wave 105 FM, the talk of Guam.
The new and improved Chili's 3 for Me deal is here. Starting at $12.99, get a drink, an appetizer, and an entree. You heard right. You can get a Coke, chips and salsa, and an old timer with cheese for only $12.99. Only at Chili's. Great food and value happen here.
Lace Up Guam, the first Run for Wishes event is happening at Leo Palace Resort on September 13th. Select your distance from 2K, 5K, 10K to half marathon to participate in this powerful event. Race package includes finisher tees, visors, socks, and medals, plus cash prizes for the top finishers. Proceeds from the event benefit the Make-A-Wish Foundation, Guam, and CNMI. Presented by Leo Palace Resort, Clutch, Power 98, Wave 105.1 FM, Route 99, and Protection Concepts Unlimited, with support from our community sponsors. Sign up now to help wishes become reality through your step-by-step participation.
Hafa Adai, you're tuned in into Wave 105 FM on the Brightside with Pauly Suba every weekdays from 2 p.m. to 6 p.m. You can listen to us online on our website, thewave105.com, or watch us live on YouTube, Wave 105 FM Guam. If you would want to join in the conversation, please give us a call at 671-922-1051 or 922-1052. You can send us your comments on the WhatsApp at 671-922-1051. And the Bright Side is proudly sponsored by Chili's. Chili's Grill and Bar. At Chili's, more life, great food, and memories happen here. Code School of Guam. Learn, code, and lead the island's first coding boot camp. Your future in tech begins with us at Code School of Guam. GTA, we start with you. Micropack. Open our Tamuning and Mall location. Make sure to follow our Instagram at Micropack671 and Micropack Inc. on Facebook for exciting deals and promotion. And also brought to you by Cinta Security Solution, Guam premier provider of professional security services, Sherwin-Williams. The wet season is on its way and your roof needs to be ready. Don't wait for the blazing sun or the pounding rain. Get ahead with weather-ready coating. Be smart, be prepared. And as for Sharon Williams, Subway, eat fresh in just a few clicks. Order online at subwaypacific.com for pickup at your convenience or for delivery right at your doorstep. Online ordering at subwaypacific.com is powered by Good to Go. We deliver at Subway. You gotta refresh to be fresh. And now here it is. It's time for your Real Deal Traffic Report. Brought to you by Guam Auto Spot. Schedule a test drive today at Guam Auto Spot by giving them a call at 671-478-AUTO or view our inventory on our website at guamautospot.com. Guam Auto Spot, 671-478-AUTO. And now here it is. Let's take a look at our traffic report for today. It looks like we have around Machechi Road slowly picking up. It's getting there. As well as Barragata going up to Barragata Heights. Much action there due to one-lane closure. Be safe, buckle up the 60 seatbelts. And today's traffic advisory, constructive activities will be continuing along Route 10 between the Route 4 intersection and Father Dueñas. There will be lane closure between 9 a.m. to 4 p.m. Monday to Friday and 7 a.m. to 4 p.m. Saturday. Motorists should expect delays and drive with caution. That is your Real Deal Traffic Report brought to you by Guam Auto Spot.
The views and opinions expressed in this show are that of the show hosts, guests, and callers. They do not necessarily reflect the views and opinions of the staff and management of Wave 105 FM, Glimpses Media, or any of our partners. As we strive to provide quality, respectful, and engaging content, we welcome you to participate in the conversation. Thank you for tuning in to Wave 105 FM, the sound of Guam. Enjoy the show.
ISLA, Guam is where I'm from. Tautanu Itamoru, kingdom of our people. GUAM, island in the sun. From Jigo to Malesi, this land is all that we know. I said this land is all that we know.
Welcome back. The Bright Side here on Wave 105. Biba Betness, 4:10 in the afternoon. We're online to wave105.com as well as our YouTube channel. Wave 105.1 FM Guam. And so if you're tuned into our YouTube channel, you'll see our guest, Jason Perez. You are a senior.
I am. That is correct.
John F. Kennedy High School.
Correct.
And you're also training to become an aircraft pilot.
Training hopefully to become a bigger aircraft pilot since I'm already a private pilot.
So you are already
I have my license.
See that?
Wait, how...
Hold
on.
He already has his aircraft pilot license.
Wow.
That's crazy. And you haven't even you could just not even graduate from high school. You already have a career.
Hopefully.
You could just be like, I don't even want to do this last year. But so you're at John F. Kennedy High School. When we were sharing offline, I was asking you, how did you get into this and whatnot? And maybe you can share with our audience your passions. When did this start? What got you motivated to say, I want to do this?
Mm-hmm. Of course, I can share. A lot of my family members were not pilots. They were involved in the aviation industry.
Right.
So I kind of grew up surrounded by that. And then my dad is an aircraft mechanic, so sometimes he would bring me over to his work and I just play around the airplane, and sometimes he'd bring me to the cockpit and I'd be like, this is pretty cool, I kind of like this, you know. And then we always travel a lot, and I'd be like, no one in my family has gone behind the cockpit door in the you know, in flight and flown the plane,
right?
So like, I want to be the one to do that. And so I kind of just grew up with that mindset. I was just like, I want to be a pilot. And so I kind of just kept that open mind towards being a pilot, and like always on the lookout for things on how I can become a pilot, or like not even become a pilot, one step towards that goal. So just like taking tiny steps as you go through life.
Right.
Just like looking out here and there for those kind of opportunities. And so kind of landed me to where I am today.
So looking here and there for those opportunities.
Kind of.
Tell me about that. Like, so these are grants that you searched.
Yes. So I just keep an eye out for
like scholarships
and things like that. And not necessarily just scholarships, but also towards the end goal of becoming like an airline pilot, maybe for the military or through that route. So even just things you do in your everyday life, like maybe joining a different club or having a leadership position, it's like moving a little bit towards my goal. Not necessarily in the aviation like step, but it's overall a step towards my aviation goal. So I kind of just took steps like that. So I used to go to private school, elementary and middle school, and then one day I was scrolling on Facebook, and I was like, or not scrolling on Facebook, I looked at JFK, and I saw that their ROTC program had their cadets going up in planes, and I was like, I want to do that. Like, that's pretty cool. Even if I don't get a pilot's license from it, like, I get to go up in a plane.
Okay.
That's one opportunity to do that for free, you know. Like, even just thinking about that, that's another step towards your goal. So then I moved to JFK my freshman year, and then I was made aware that there's this program called the Air Force, or the Air Force Junior ROTC Flight Academy.
Okay.
And it's a fully paid trip to one of their partnering universities in the continental United States.
You got to do this during the summer? When do you get to do this?
It's during the summer. So
okay.
Sometime during the program, you have to be 17, or before the end of the program, you have to be 17. That way, you are eligible to get your private pilot's license. So it's a fully paid expenditure from when you leave the airport to when you come back to the airport. All of it's paid: food, transportation, housing, training, things like that. So it's all paid for. And I was like, I want to do that as a freshman. And then you get to wear this cool flight suit at the end of it when you complete it. So whenever you have uniform days at school, you get to wear a flight suit. And like, no one else was wearing a flight suit. I was like, I want to do that.
How competitive is it? How many
cool.
people were competing for this spot when you went to JFK as a freshman?
For me, there's kind of not necessarily competitive like within the school. You're competing nationally. So like, even if your friend wants to go, you're not only competing against him.
Sure.
You're competing against kids across the nation.
Nice.
So I'm not too sure how many across the nation.
But you got one of those spots.
Me and my friend, we did. His name's Jonas Wallace. We
so
all
the
went
two
together.
of you,
we did.
Freshmen at JFK.
Yeah. Yes.
You guys applied for this.
You apply before you go. So we applied last school year.
Okay.
Because then that's when we were eligible to go.
Oh, okay. They're preparing you.
Basically,
since you're a
I
freshman.
kind of just like heard about it and was like, I'm gonna keep my eye on this as I go through high school.
Yeah.
And so I did, and then I applied, and then I was able to get in. So about 200, give or take 200 cadets across the nation are in this program.
That's dope. I've never heard of this, and so I'm sure that this is not a secret. It's just
it's
if
not
you're
a secret.
Yeah.
You just have to have your ears perked for them.
Yeah.
You know, like you can't dismiss it once you hear it. Yeah.
I'm impressed. And you know what's funny is, not funny, but I just think that I was just having this conversation with the Congressman Jim Moylan, right? Because the application process is open to go to different academies, right? And the Air Force Academy is one of them. And that's something that you're wanting to do, right? You're going to be applying?
I'll be applying, not necessarily saying I would want to go there once I get accepted. I just don't want to close any doors for myself. Yeah.
Wow. So you're going to be like, you're going to say, this would be a great opportunity, but also, how is it going to be an opportunity for me?
Yep.
Man, that's smart. Around. You know what's up.
Yep. You can't close doors for yourself.
Yeah. So tell me a little bit about school life for you and basically juggling all of this. I mean, so did you come back home though and did some hours here at Tizen?
So,
like flight hours as well?
I did do that, but that was on my own.
Okay.
Like on my own willing to.
Sure.
The Flight Academy, that's what it's called. The Flight Academy, they don't guarantee you your private pilot's license at the end.
Yeah.
But that's the opportunity, is that you're able to train all the way up to that point.
Okay.
So that way you can try to take the test. If you don't pass it, that's okay.
Yeah.
You can go home, try taking it there.
Yeah.
But I was able to get my pilot's license there.
You passed it there.
Yes. And so, knowing I want to go to the Flight Academy,
yeah,
like since freshman year, I was like, okay, because I know it's most people. So the college I went to, it takes one full semester, 32 weeks to get your private pilot license. The cadets, all the cadets in the Flight Academy do it in 8 weeks.
Yeah.
So they give us like less than half.
Sure.
Whatever that time is.
Where's
to
this
complete
at?
This? So it's the Flight Academy Air Force Junior ROTC
Right.
partners with universities across the nation.
So where'd
the one
you go?
I went to was in Florida, Lakeland, Florida, Southeastern University.
Okay, and so you were there for 2 months.
I was there for 2 months. Yes.
Wow. And room and board all free.
Room and board,
Yeah.
food, housing.
Yeah.
All free. That was the same thing.
And so you because you're a licensed pilot, you've gone up by yourself.
Not on my own with my license yet, because
Okay.
I'm waiting to do that part. But I've flown solo
Yeah.
because you have to fly solo before you get your license. So I've done that. Yeah.
That's crazy. You have a question? Yeah, go
Yes.
for it.
What would you say is your biggest fear when you're solo?
When I'm solo, so me, I'm actually scared of heights.
Wait, that's out of control. How are you?
I'm actually scared of like as a kid, I was actually scared of heights.
Wow.
And so, like, being up in tall places, I was like, no, heights is not for me. But then I tried getting in a plane, and I was kind of like, this door is gonna pop open, and I'm gonna fall out the plane. But then you learn over flying a plane and like learning about it is that like you're actually pretty safe in a plane.
You overcame your fear.
I wouldn't say overcame. Like if you throw
You're
me,
still-
if you throw
you're
me in
still
a
scared of
skyscraper,
heights?
I'd be like, oh my god, get me
Wow.
down.
But I guess
in a plane,
plane-
it's kind of different because like in a building, you're like, oh my god, like this can collapse at any time.
Right.
But in a plane, you're like, there's nothing under me to collapse. And like when you fall, so
You've
you practice.
never watched Final Destination.
You
then.
you practice.
Sorry, I don't want to scare you,
practice,
but
like falling out the sky, basically. So you
Sure.
practice these maneuvers.
Wait,
where-
what?
Yeah, you practice these maneuvers where like your engine or not, you
'Kay.
stop producing lift. So
'Kay.
it's called a stall. So you fall in the plane, but then you realize that the plane catches itself. Yeah, like in a Cessna,
It
at
takes
least,
over?
basically. In the
Okay.
ones that I'm learning in, like
Yeah.
you kind of just it'll recover by itself.
Okay.
So like, and you can glide pretty far too.
Sure.
It's not like you're just gonna fall straight to the ground. You have time to figure out what's wrong.
I never knew this. I never knew.
And
So
that's
it will.
part of being a pilot. You have
Yeah.
to figure out the problem before you get to the ground. And it gives you time.
That's crazy. I didn't know that. I thought so. So what about when you can't figure it out and there's engine malfunction? Then so do you train to
You train to
get
land
your
in the
parachute?
field. No, you don't
No?
parachute. You that's one of the being a pilot. You're not just flying the plane. You actually learn to be a little
Crash
bit of a
land.
weatherman. You learn to be a little bit about a lawyer. You learn the different hazardous attitudes you can have in being a pilot or being in life. So one of them is giving up. That's a hazardous attitude. So the moment you give up is the moment you're dead. So you learn to not give
Wow.
up. You learn to be resilient. So being a pilot teaches you a little bit about everything.
You're inspiring me.
Be a pilot.
Yeah.
That's why I wanted to share my stories to let other people, especially on Guam, we're such a tiny rock in the middle of the world. I want other people to know that it's
Right.
possible for them to not only just be a pilot or pursue their dreams in aviation, because I feel like that's not necessarily talked about on the community, but just to pursue your dreams in general. You can do it.
Absolutely. I read this article that says young people can't afford to stay quiet on issues. And I believe that just came out yesterday or this morning. And he's your age too, right? He goes to GW?
He was my classmate.
He was your classmate.
Before he transferred this year.
So I'm so happy that you're here. I've been hanging out with Akira, Ava, and Dallas, right? They're Aaron's friends. They're your friends too. And so there's this there can be this narrative or the rhetoric that's out there that this generation is not motivated, right? And so but then hearing some of your own your peers and seeing and then having conversations with you, I don't think that that's necessarily true. I think even when I go back to when I was a kid, we had some go-getters and we had some
people who aren't like that. And
Right.
That's okay. That's perfectly okay. There's always going to be differences in the bunch. But I believe that that's not true either. That there are people within our generation, within our friends, that are go-getters and that want to make a change. So
yeah. And so again, maybe you can kind of share how you take each day, right? How you prepare, how do you juggle, knowing that you're a senior in high school, you want to take it all in, right? You want all of these core memories, but at the same time, you want to make sure that your life is set after high school, right?
Yes. So that's kind of that's what I learned over high school. Is like, you can't do all of it. You really can't. You have to prioritize what you want. And so my priorities were being good in school to set myself up for the future, and I wanted to be a pilot, so that was one of my priorities too, and whatever I could do towards that. Right. But then I also learned that I want to have time with my family. Yeah. I want to have time with my family and my friends. So that's what my priorities in life. So anything outside of that, I kind of have to say, is it worth it to do this over hang out with my friends or hang out with my family? Or how about I get my homework done before I go hang out with my friends and my family?
You were making these kinds of decisions even before high school started, because you said you were on a path through private school, right?
I just went to private school, and then I saw, like, I want to be a pilot, and I feel like JFK will allow me the opportunity.
So your 8th grade classmates would have been going to possibly FD.
Yes, they would have continued to any private school.
Right, and you could have chosen to go with your group of friends at the time, but you chose this path because this opportunity is at a whole nother school, which is JFK, which I think that's pretty cool because, again, I didn't even realize that was an option at John F. Kennedy High School, but being that it's an Air Force JROTC program, they open those kinds of doors for these of, what do you call it, this scholarship that you applied for and eventually won and were able to go.
Correct.
And how much did it cost?
So the scholarship is valued at, I believe, $27,000.
That's crazy.
Total.
Yeah.
Training, food, housing, all of that. Airline ticket, I didn't pay for any of that. It's valued at $27,000.
Wow. And so you basically got your aircraft license, your certified pilot, for free.
Correct. For free.
Yeah. That's pretty cool. That's pretty cool. And so, I mean, like I said, when we first started, it's like you almost don't even need to graduate from high school. But
I need to transfer my son to JFK.
Yeah, see, Queen Nene's already trying to make moves for her own kid. So I'm gonna actually give you this, right? Because you said you plan on applying. Congressman Jim Moylan's military academy nominations are now open. And so it includes West Point, Merchant Marine Academy, Naval Academy, Coast Guard Academy, and the Air Force Academy. And so, I mean, you've already applied in essence for this scholarship. So you kind of already know what it takes to be granted one of these scholarships. Yeah.
Correct.
Yeah. So the process again, when you saw this and is it still available? Is this something that I got to reach out to the John F. Kennedy High School Air Force JROTC program to kind of put that out there?
It's available so long as there's funding for it.
Okay. Do you know if there's funding still?
I believe that there was like a hiccup in funding for this year. I'm not too sure if it was even supposed to happen.
Trump, how dare you do that? I blame you, Trump. I'm kidding.
I'm not saying any names, but
so what? So there's some hiccups, but you think they cleared it all up?
But they were able to clear it out.
Good.
For this year's Flight Academy. So hopefully, I'm really praying that there's a Flight Academy next year. And it's not only this Flight Academy, just to put it out there that you have to be in JROTC. I also went to a different Flight Academy called Aim High Flight Academy.
Sweet.
And so that one it's just any teenager looking or interested in becoming a pilot. It's basically an introductory program. It's 3 weeks. It's like, do you like flying a plane? And they put you in a plane and they see if you like flying it. And so if you do, then you know that you want to continue on. Yeah. And then if you're in there and you're like, oh, I hate this, then there's nothing wrong with it. You just say, oh, that's not for me.
Sure.
Move on to the next one.
Everyone graduate in your flight school?
From which one?
When you went
this past summer?
Yeah.
So everyone graduated,
but not everybody became licensed.
Correct. So graduation does not equal your license.
Right.
But majority of us, I believe, 11 cadets out of the 14. It was a pretty small one at our school. 11 cadets finished with their private pilot's license. And I'm pretty sure more got it after our graduation day, but 11 at the graduation day had their private pilot license.
That is cool.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. So the aim high, and so what else did you get from that?
So at Aim High Flight Academy, this scholarship is valued at $10,000, and so it's similar to this JROTC Flight Academy,
right?
But this one is provided by the Air Force Recruiting Detachment, one of them, and they same thing from when you leave the airport to when you come back. It's all free, but it's basically an introductory program to see whether or not you want to fly planes. And so at the end of it, you get 15 flight hours, approximately 15 flight hours. And then there's also at some universities, there are some opportunities to fly a plane solo.
Wow.
So I was able to do, that was where my first solo flight was. It was in Bakersfield, California at California Aeronautical University. So that's where I did my first solo flight, and that one was pretty cool.
Wow. The experience, I can't even imagine what it feels like to take off and to land.
It's, especially without your instructor, it's so different taking off and landing without your instructor.
Right.
Planes, not like cars, they have to carry your weight too. So like getting rid of that extra weight.
Yeah.
It flies so much better. You're like, wow, I like flying solo. I'm so much faster.
And so you said that you're scared of heights. Does none of that triggers when you're landing?
Not anymore.
Not anymore.
Yeah.
Before it was.
Before I just kind of like when you're taking off and you're like getting farther from the ground, you're like, why am I going farther? You're like this door and this little latch is keeping me from going outside the plane.
Right.
But like then you learn like you're wearing a seatbelt. Even if the door came open, you're not really likely to fall out the plane. It's all safe in aviation. It's safer to fly a plane than drive a car.
So you learned all of that in school, that they're demystifying some of the myths, how dangerous it is, and
exactly.
Okay.
Even with all these like aircraft like incidences or crashes you see like online, like I'm pretty sure it's popping up all over the place now. It's still safer than driving a car every day. It's still a very safe thing to do. So, and it's like I said, it's just in the mindset.
Sure.
You have to build that mindset of not giving up.
I forgot what show I watched, but it was on HBO Max, and he's like a comedian, but he's like dry humor, and he was doing some kind of investigative journalism on plane crashes, and he even went through the whole thing of Korean Air here in Guam, and so what he was finding out, what was the common denominator with all of these crashes was the co-pilot was trying to advise the main pilot that this is probably not safe, and didn't listen to their co-pilot, and then they crashed.
That's another hazardous attitude, is thinking you know it all. They teach you in aviation, there's always something to learn. Even if you're the most experienced pilot, person, there's always something to learn. And so I take these things and apply it to my real life. You know, being a pilot, you know a little bit about the law, about the weather, about planes, about aviation.
Wow.
You know a little bit about everything. And so you can take that and apply it to your life. So being a pilot is like awesome.
At what point do you tell the main pilot, like, I got to take over, I got control?
You got to tell them when you think it's unsafe. You're like, you are acting crazy. And so even like the Korean Air crashes, like at least in the U.S., I believe that whenever there's crashes, they look at what happened, and they find out why, and then they pass new laws saying you can't do that anymore. So they try to prevent it from happening. But like car crashes or car incidences, the same thing happens over and over. So it's kind of just like, think like, whoa, I can do this in a car, but I can't do it in a plane. It's kind of like weird.
Yeah. Well, they take that, there's a whole report and investigation, and then you share the information with the other pilots, right?
Exactly.
Yeah.
And you're like, this is what happened, don't do it.
Right. Wow. So what's the next step? I mean, you're gonna apply?
For me, I want to go to college still. I want
Right.
to study engineering.
Right.
That way I have a degree in something, and I can also fly planes.
Yeah.
So that's.
So you may or may not be going to the Air Force Academy, but you are applying, and you're applying where else?
I'm applying for, the main one is the Air Force ROTC scholarship. So that one I'll be able to do the ROTC program at any university
Right.
that accepts me and
Yeah.
offers it, and they'll pay for my schooling as well. So hopefully I get into either of those, and of course any other scholarship I can get that I can find. You know, information is all just at your fingertips nowadays, and you
Is
just have
that
to.
is that what you're noticing with your generation? Because I've noticed my son too. He's
Mm-hmm.
like he's looking at all kinds of things that I didn't realize that he was wanting to do later.
Mm-hmm.
And so he's been doing his research since 10th grade.
Mm-hmm. There's so much with Google. It's just all on the internet. You just search it up. How
Yeah.
can I become a pilot? Or how can I accomplish my dreams?
Right.
And it'll tell you. Like, I was looking for scholarships, and I found this Make a Pilot scholarship. And if anyone out there is wanting to be a pilot, look it up, and you just post a video of why you wanted to be a pilot, and if Make a Pilot agrees that's a good video, they'll give you the scholarship money. And so I was able to get that, and I was able to do some flying on Guam before I went out to the flight academy, because I knew it was an intense
Right.
program.
Right.
So I was like, how can I make it less intense for me? So that way when I go there,
Wow.
I'm not just like studying hard. I'm like, okay, I kind of know this. That way there's less chances of me like failing, not necessarily failing, but less chances of me not getting my pilot's license. Because
Right.
I want to do all for free. I don't want to pay for any of it.
Right.
Especially like what if I can't pay for it? What if I don't have money?
Your
So,
parents don't
what if-
have the money.
Yeah, what if they don't have the
Yeah,
money?
son, you do that, but we have no money to send you.
Exactly. So there's so
That's
much.
the reality. I mean, that's the reality for so many people, and so you're looking into ways where you can not only do something that you love to do, but also taking some of that pressure off of your parents.
Exactly. You know.
Wow.
Just setting yourself up for the future. Yeah.
Are you sharing this information too with your peers too?
I am. So that's my goal here today
Yeah?
too, is to share my stories so that hopefully people on Guam, and especially teenagers on Guam, know that there's opportunities out there.
Right.
Might not necessarily be on Guam,
Mm.
but there's ways for you to get there.
Right.
And so when I came back from Aim High Flight Academy, I went there in May/June of 2024. And so I came back and I shared it with my friends. And so a couple of them, maybe a handful of them, applied. And one of them actually got in. And they were able to go out to the same university I went to.
Yeah.
And they did the same thing there. And then she said she wanted to become a pilot too after that. So, or she liked flying planes at least. And so I was like, I'm happy I'm able to help someone else. And that's what my goal is here today.
You know, when I think about it too, I think of it as a dream. I don't realize how tangible it is. And then listening to you, I'm like, you're making it happen for yourself. That's pretty impressive.
That's exactly what you have to do. You have to stop thinking of it as a dream and think of it more as like a goal. Like that's where you want to be. It's not like I want to be there. It's I need to be there.
Right.
Yeah.
Very cool. Jason, is there anything else that you want to share? I really appreciate just having a candid conversation with you. Very genuine individual, and I already know that you've got, that you've got your mindset on where you want to be, and I imagine your parents are pretty proud of you.
They are very proud. Shout out to my parents for always supporting me, and especially my family, my teachers, whether it be in school or outside of school, my instructors. They always my parents and my family always let me know like to try what I want to do, and if it fails, they're always behind me so I could fall back on them. So
well, I can't wait to get on a plane one day and then listening. This is your captain speaking, Jason Perez. I'm like, hey,
hopefully
that's the guy that I was having a conversation with on the radio.
That's
now
my
he's
goal.
my captain.
Yep.
And we're in good hands. We'll be safe.
Yep, you'll be safe because your pilot's scared of heights too. He doesn't want to fall to the ground as much as you do.
I got it. Well, thanks, Jason. What an amazing conversation. I really
you so
appreciate
much.
you. I think Charlie was chiming in too, right? So that we've got some friends that were listening in saying you can automatically get your FAA drone pilot license as well.
See, I didn't even know that. That's something I could learn now too.
And he says, yeah, please get it. I think he's talking about the application. I don't know. I think so.
I'll take a look into that.
Well, I appreciate it once again. 4:37 in the afternoon. We'll take our break. Appreciate this.
All right. Thank you so much for letting me share my story.
Absolutely. Absolutely. And just rub a little bit off of that that attitude off of my son, too, okay? Because I also don't want to pay for college. All right. 4:38 in the afternoon. We'll take the break. Wave 105.
CBS News Brief. Fire crews in Southern California are busy chasing down small brush fires, which continue to ignite in the brutal heat. CBS's Jonathan Vigliotti is in the brush hills of Los Angeles.
Officials are urging residents to take all precautions, including packing those go bags in the event that there is an emergency evacuation.
Fed Chairman Jerome Powell will deliver a speech at the Fed's annual economic symposium in Jackson Hole, Wyoming, Friday. CBS Money Watch's Amy Peakey.
When Jerome Powell speaks later today, economists I spoke to believe he's going to be guarded about giving any hints about what the Fed might do with rates next month.
CBS's Linda Kenyon reports the Supreme Court ruled President Trump's cuts of hundreds of millions of dollars in NIH research funding can stand.
The plaintiffs argued the cuts would cause serious harm to public health. Supreme Court Chief Justice John Roberts dissented, along with the court's 3 liberal justices.
CBS News Brief. I'm Michael Toscano.
And now it's time for your headline news brought to you by McDonald's of Guam. Join our growth and build your career with us. McDonald's is hiring. Visit the hiring fair on Saturday, August 23rd, 11 a.m. to 3 p.m. upstairs at McDonald's Harmon. And here it is. We have our very own Skylar Obispo.
Buenas and Hafa Adai. Here's the latest from the Marianas Business Journal. Lawmakers passed an amendment late Wednesday night to maintain the 5% business privilege tax for military contractors awarded $10 million in the Gov Guam fiscal year 2026 budget bill. This would include any contract, agreements, or task orders funded by the Department of Defense or by a foreign government in support of U.S. military presence on Guam, according to a statement by the amendment's author, Senator Tello Taitagui. Democratic senators supported the measure alongside Legislative Speaker Frank Blas Jr., despite receiving what Taitagui said was staunch opposition against the amendment. However, the measure has been met with skepticism. The Guam Chamber of Commerce says that the amendment raises significant constitutional and policy issues. The Guam Power Authority announced yesterday that Wednesday night's power outages were due to ongoing pre-commissioning testing of the Ukudu power plant. GPA said that around 6:11 that evening, the Ukudu units tripped offline, which carried over 100 megawatts of energy, triggering GPA's under-frequency load-shedding relay protection system, which took several feeders offline. The system prevents island-wide blackouts, GPA said. As the Guam Ukudu power plant continues testing, more outages may take place. GPA says that the Ukudu power plant is central to the utility's long-term strategy to modernize the island's energy generation, reduce dependence on imported fuel, and secure cost savings for its ratepayers. Reporting for the Marianas Business Journal, the Wave 105, and Power 98, I'm Skylar Obispo.
Think you've got what it takes to win? Tune in every Friday on Wave 105 FM with Patty Arroyo for the Hilton Trivia Challenge. Test your knowledge and you can score dinner for 2 at the Hilton Guam Resort and Spa. It's brought to you by the Hilton Guam Resort and Spa only on Wave 105 FM.
Hafa Adai Guam, it's The Guam Guy, and my podcast is now playing on Wave 105. Catch me every third Friday right after Patty at 10 a.m. for all things environment and adventure on The Guam Guy Show.
Let's get spicy at Subway with the new hot honey sauce. A little sweet, a little spicy, and a whole lot of delicious. Treat your taste buds to the zesty hot honey pepperoni or the tender hot honey chicken sandwich, salad, wrap, or protein bowl. Hot honey is here for a limited time only. At Subway, you got refresh to be fresh.
Think you got what it takes to win? Tune in every Friday on Wave 105 FM with Patty Arroyo for the Hilton Trivia Challenge. Test your knowledge and you can score dinner for two at the Hilton Guam Resort and Spa. It's brought to you by the Hilton Guam Resort and Spa only on Wave 105 FM.
It's the Guam Auto Spot Overstock Sell-Off, and our manager is absolutely crazy for dropping these deals. Right now, drive off in a brand new 2025 Eclipse Cross for just $24,995. That's $2,000 off the original price. Plus, check out our high-quality pre-owned vehicles, fully inspected and ready for the road. Get pre-approved online at guamautospot.com or call 478-AUTO to schedule your test drive today. It's the Guam Auto Spot Overstock Sell-Off, and everything must go.
All right, now it's time for your Real Deal Traffic Report brought to you by Guam Auto Spot. Schedule a test drive today at Guam Auto Spot by calling them at 671-478-AUTO or view our inventory on our website at guamautospot.com. Guam Auto Spot, 671-478-AUTO. Now taking a look at traffic right now, we have, if you're going around Tumuning area, which is where McDonald's is at, going up towards JFK. It's building up, not too much of a flow, but it is getting there. As well as if you shift gears and go toward Barragata, going up to Barragata Heights, that's picking up also as well with a one-lane closure. Buckle up the sexy seatbelts and let's take a look at traffic advisory. Construction activities will continue along Route 10 between the Route 4 intersection and Father Dueñas. There will be lane closure between 9 a.m. to 4 p.m. Monday to Friday, 7 a.m. to 4 p.m. Saturday. Motorists should expect delays and drive with caution. And now, it is time to get back into Brightside with Pauly Suba.
The views and opinions expressed in this show are that of the show host, guests, and callers. They do not necessarily reflect the views and opinions of the staff and management of Wave 105 FM, Glimpses Media, or any of our partners. As we strive to provide quality, respectful, and engaging content, we welcome you to participate in the conversation. Thank you for tuning in to Wave 105 FM, the sound of Guam. Enjoy the show.
All right, welcome back. The Bright Side here on Wave 105. Biba Betness. It's Friday, August 22nd. 671-922-1051 or 1052. We're online, thewave105.com, and our YouTube channel, Wave 105.1 FM Guam. And so we took a little bit of a needed break from the brief now I forgot what it's called. Basically, it's the senators speaking at the end of a session, right? And so we left off on Senator Bree. So now we have Senator Joe San Augustine, who basically, he voted in favor of the budget bill, right? So again, when Speaker Frank Bloss Jr. says this is bipartisan, a budget bill, when you look at the amendments, there are quite a few from Senator Joe San Augustine. The $16.3 million for the construction of Simon Sanchez High School, that was debated early on. And so that was an amendment that they included. And also the mechanism was also amended to guarantee, make it say $16.3 million for the construction of Simon Sanchez High School, not just transfer authority to allow the governor to do it. And so they amended that. Rainy day fund as well, $10 million, and then securing $20 million in future unobligated fiscal year 2026 monies, right? I believe $20 million of that. But it can't get to the GMH, you can argue, well, how fast are you going to get $20 million of unobligated excess revenue for fiscal year 2026? How fast are you going to get that $20 million to them? 4:47 in the afternoon. So we'll just play it. Senator Joe San Augustine, brief extension of remarks. That's what it's called.
My colleagues and the people of Guam, the last 2 weeks have been challenging, but we finally reached the end. In passing this bill, we have fulfilled one of our highest responsibilities as lawmakers, a bill that not only outlines the government's financial capacity, but also in some instances determines how it will function in the coming weeks. We began with intense debate, and at times, those passionate discussions persisted. Yet through them, we saw the best of ourselves emerge. They serve as a powerful reminder that our people matter, and they deserve nothing less than our very best. A significant change in this bill was a 0.5% reduction in the BBT. It demanded true physical discipline and stirred strong emotion across our community. In those moments, we saw the passion and care that bind us together in service of our people. We were challenged to ensure that the funds were directed where they were most needed, and though agencies did not receive all they asked for, the bill we passed gave them the support required to carry on their important work, including continuing appropriation authority and additional funds from excess revenue, and all aimed at ensuring the government can continue operating, supporting the dedicated employees who serve our community, and providing the resources needed to keep vital programs and services available. Mr. Speaker, I voted in favor of this bill to ensure the continued operation of our government. Hot from Jigo. Mr. Speaker, am I still on? Okay. Mr. Speaker, I voted in favor of this bill to ensure the continued operation of our government and to demonstrate to our people that despite political differences, we remain committed to fulfilling our responsibility and moving forward for the good of our island. I am grateful for the unanimous support of my amendment to restore $10 million in the rainy day fund. This fund is vital safeguard, ensuring our government is prepared for the disaster we know can impact our lives. By protecting Guam's credit rating and strengthening this reserve, we are working together to make sure that when the rain days come, they do not overwhelm our daily lives. And I'd like to thank my colleagues for the unanimous support we passed by amendment to dedicate the first $20 million from fiscal year 2026 unobligated general fund revenues to GMH. This is our commitment to ensuring the hospital has the medicine, supplies, and maintenance it needs to provide safe, quality health care for our people. Together, we made progress moving forward for the construction of Simon Sanchez School by securing the $16 million needed through my amendment. Thank you all. The Sharks have waited for too long for a new home. Together, we can finally make it a reality. And thank you all for supporting the amendment to help the Mayor's Council fund their community maintenance workers. This amendment gives mayors the flexibility they need to support the hardworking frontline employees who serve their villages. And fiscal tightening requires us to carefully assess both potential revenues and possible losses. And I'd like to thank the OFB for their diligence in providing the numbers, analyzing outcomes, and establishing the ceilings and lapses that shape this bill. This careful work is crucial and the result of a bill that will serve our island community.
All right, my ears are ringing. So I totally forgot to remind Queen Nene that there is a break, so that way we didn't have to play that that screeching sound, right? And so we're supposed to cut it right there and then skip that part, and I totally forgot to remind Nene because we've been playing every single one. But other than that, I apologize. Hopefully it didn't mess you up while you're driving. But again, he talks about how the budget was about keeping government running despite differences, and that the debates show the passion lawmakers have for the people. He may not agree with everything, but that's the whole reason, he fought for those amendments, put them in, and then he ultimately voted to pass that budget bill. We'll play another one. We do have time. I think we have time to play two more. Senator Tello Taitagui. She said in her brief extension of remarks, it is only fair that our island benefits too. This revenue is already built in the federal contract costs, and it doesn't burden our local contractors. Talking about the stay on military contracts at 5% BPT and not reducing them. Military contracts that are $10 million and more. And so she fought real hard. She tried 3 times, and it finally passed. So I think we'll be good. We'll play it from 152 and just play it all the way to the part that I left it at. And I don't think we're going to have any of those technical difficulties moving forward. We should be good.
Goes on in this body. You know, one of the main reasons why, Mr. Chair, I supported this bill is because it preserved the 5% of business privilege tax on large military contracts. With billions of federal dollars flowing into Guam through the buildup, it is only fair that our island benefits too. This revenue is already built in the federal contract costs, and it doesn't burden our local contractors. By protecting this revenue, we help sustain education, healthcare, public safety programs already strained by federal funding reductions. This budget bill also included more funding for the Guam Cancer Trust Fund, supporting cancer screening, treatment, outreach, and direct care. We also strengthened the Office of Medical Examiners by ensuring autopsy, supporting investigations, and providing closure for families. Another positive step was a step that you've seen me, Mr. Speaker, from day one since I came into the 35th Guam Legislature, advocating for the Rainy Day Fund, rebuilding our reserves, strengthening our ability to respond to future crises and unexpected challenges, which, my dear colleagues, the true fight was not in this budget bill. The true fight will be after this budget bill. Things have considerably changed in our economy, people moving off island, the reduction of the compact impact, the reduction in federal funds being cut. The true test will happen in time moving forward, and we have to be prepared for that. The Rainy Day Fund is an area that we have saved. Thank goodness we've been saving for, because we are going to need it. Mr. Speaker, before I close, I must speak to how we have conducted ourselves throughout these deliberations. I just felt there were times there was unfairness. There were times where interruptions were being done without the process of due course, the protocols of asking the chair a point of information and waiting until the chair recognizes you. A point of personal privilege, asking for that and waiting for the chair to recognize you so that you can speak. It was heated, it was frustrated, thick of the night. We were all tired. I'm sure those who were watching were tired. But the real challenge, my dear colleagues, is what happens next in our future, and we have to think about it. That's why I know for sure things are not going to be easy as it has been when federal funds were raining on us and we had this exorbitant excess revenue everyone was talking about. It did not come from anything but federal funds. That's why we need to speak about another bill that I'm hoping everybody will be on board with. And my plan is to introduce legislation that would, if this bill should pass, amend the $10 million to make all military contracts, regardless of a cap, to continue with the 5%. That will be a bill that I will be introducing. So I hope my colleagues think of what I said about the future, and the real fight is going to happen there to protect our people, to bring the safety that's needed on this island, to bring our infrastructure up to par.
All right, so that's Senator Talo-Tategui, and so she shared that she is going to introduce another bill very soon that would basically not just keep the BPT for military contracts that are $10 million or more at 5%, but all military contracts at 5% BPT. To be honest with you, I think that amendment that passed with also the vote of Speaker Frank Bloss Jr., if it did anything, no guarantees that the governor will or won't veto it. But if the governor does say, you know what, we're probably not going to veto this budget bill, I would almost guarantee the reason why is because of Senator Talo-Tategui's amendment. Because of that part right there. I mean, when you just hear the Lieutenant Governor Josh Tenorio say, I would hope somewhere down the line during these budget talks that they amend the substitute budget bill to keep military contracts at a 5% BPT. Like, he literally said it himself. So he's tracking it. He was tracking it. So when you think about how it might be unfair, or there's so many reasons why the governor might veto it, I just think that one amendment, that might be the reason why she doesn't veto it. And all of that work for the last 10 days stays intact. Because I would agree with Senator Joe San Augustine and Senator Tina Rose Munoz Barnes that we may not like all of it. I mean, even Vince Borra says it. He didn't like all of it. He doesn't like all of it. Chris Duenas says he doesn't like all of it. And he said it right from the start. He said it before they started debating on it. Not everybody's going to like what's on the fiesta table, but there's something for everybody. So we'll see. I mean, there's still a lot that the governor doesn't like when you just look at what she put on her letter. And you listen to Senator Terlai and Senator Chris Barnett. There's a lot not to like. Very easily they could be right. And that's why I think they did what they did. I think because if you look at last year's budget, they were still debating the budget on August 28th. On August 28th, I went back and looked. They were still debating the budget on August 28th. And I think they are preparing for the veto and giving them enough time to go back and still try to keep what they want in this budget and force the governor to sign something that still allows for a rollback of the BPT. 5 o'clock on the dot on the other side, we still have a couple more. Senator Sabina Perez, Senator Shelley Calvo, Vice Speaker Tony Ada, and Senator Jesse Lujan. And if you're wondering, well, what about Speaker? Well, he didn't go down to the floor, and he didn't give his brief remarks. And I did read his statement in the beginning of the show, and maybe we'll do that again for those that are just tuning in, right? Especially in the 5 o'clock hour, where everybody now is on the road. And on a Friday, you're usually stuck in traffic somewhere, right? So we'll get the Real Deal traffic report in real soon. But first, your CBS News, where KGUM FM indebted to Guam.
This is CBS News on the Hour, sponsored by Progressive Insurance.
I'm Michael Toscano. After a nearly 10-hour hearing, California parole officials denied Eric Menendez release. He spent decades behind bars for killing his parents in 1989. CBS News legal contributor Jessica Levinson tells us next up before the parole board Friday is brother Lyle Menendez.
They do have similar cases before the parole board in many ways. I do think Lyle has a slightly better case to make because he apparently does not have some of the bad behavior in prison that Eric Menendez did.
Red flag warnings signaling elevated wildfire danger have been issued across Los Angeles, Ventura, Santa Barbara, and San Luis Obispo counties in California until Saturday. CBS's Jonathan Vigliotti tells us the brutal heat wave is not helping fire crews.
In some areas, we're talking 110 degrees. The weather will continue through Saturday, and fire will continue to be the biggest concern. Fire officials saying at least 100 additional crews have been deployed and are on standby.
A growing fire in Napa Valley threatens wine vineyards and caused evacuations. President Trump held photo opportunities Thursday with police and members of the National Guard deployed as part of what he calls a crackdown on crime in Washington.
Well, I just want to thank everybody very much for being here. I wanted to do this. We've had some incredible results. The results have come out, and it's like a different place. It's like a different city. It's the capital. It's going to be the best in the world.
American and European Union officials have begun releasing details of the trade deal that imposes a 15% import tax on 70% of European goods coming into the United States. CBS News business correspondent Joe Ling Ken is checking it out.
The EU is pledging to buy at least $40 billion worth of AI chips from the U.S. for its computing center. It's a long list, but it is good, I think, for so many large and small businesses to start to see these specifics so they can start to plan for the rest of the year.
Okay, Little League fans, Las Vegas beat South Carolina Thursday and advances to Saturday's USA title game at the Little League World Series.
Las Vegas is on a roll at the Little League World Series. Garrett Gallego smashed a 3-run homer in the top of the 6th inning to deliver a 5-3 win over South Carolina. The victory sends Las Vegas to Saturday's U.S. title game. Eddie Gallegos is thrilled for his son.
He's a perfectionist, and he's just always beating himself up. And for him to come out and play like this is just phenomenal.
Las Vegas will play Connecticut for the U.S. Championship. Tom Spicer for CBS News, South Williamsport, Pennsylvania.
This is CBS News.
Sponsored by Progressive Insurance. Get renter's insurance to protect the things that make your place a home, including coverage for theft or damage. Visit Progressive.com.
Are you 40 years old in great health and want life insurance coverage with no exam and instant coverage options? Big Lou can do that. Are you 50 to 60 with health issues and still want life insurance coverage with no exam needed? Big Lou can do that. Are you on meds for anxiety, sleep apnea, diabetes, or other health glitches and just want the best rate possible without a lot of hassles? Big Lou can do that. To find the most affordable term life coverage options for you, all you need to do is call Big Lou at 800-777-1225. Big Lou does term life insurance better than anyone else on the radio, and he may be able to get you $1 million to $4 million of term life coverage with no exam. For the best term life insurance deals in America, call Big Lou at 800-777-1225. 800-777-1225. Remember, Big Lou is like you. Once a week, he can do that, too. Call 800-777-1225 or visit biglou.com.
An NFL player is shedding tears of relief and joy.
A Chicago Bears quarterback who threw 2 passes last season has just signed a whopping $10 million contract extension. 25-year-old Tyson Bagent broke down in tears, explaining to reporters how much it means to him and his family.
You know, my dad is he's my right-hand man, and he didn't even have running water until he was in high school. So there's definitely a lot of things and people that I think I could certainly help.
His new contract makes Bagent one of the highest paid backups in the NFL.
I don't really know anybody back at home with any money, so yeah, it feels good. I mean, it's certainly a weight off my shoulders and my family's shoulders.
Deborah Rodriguez, CBS News.
55-year-old Cracker Barrel shed almost $100 million in market value after its stock plunged Thursday. This follows release of a new logo, plus changes to the menu and redecoration of some stores to give them a more modern look. Michael Toscano, CBS News.
Keep the dial here. Your radio loves it. Wave 105 FM.
The new and improved Chili's 3 for Me deal is here. Starting at $12.99, get a drink, an appetizer, and an entree. You heard right. You can get a Coke, chips and salsa, and an old-timer with cheese for only $12.99. Only at Chili's. Great food and value happen here.
Hafa Adai, Guam. Engage in a conversation made for the veterans of Guam with Johnny and Miss Bobby. We want to hear concerns and comments. Tune in every Wednesday for our new time, 10 a.m. to 12 p.m. on Wave 105, the Talk of Guam.
Hafa Adai. You're tuned into Wave 105 FM on the Brightside with Pauly Suba every weekday from 2 p.m. to 6 p.m. You can listen to us online, our website at thewave105.com, or watch us live on YouTube at Wave 105 FM Guam. If you would like to join in our conversation, please give us a call at 671-922-1051 or 922-1052. You can also send us comments on our WhatsApp at 671-922-1051. And the Bright Side is proudly sponsored by Chili's Grill and Bar. At Chili's, more life, great food, and memories happen here. Code School of Guam. Learn, code, and lead the island's first coding boot camp. Your future in tech begins with us at Code School of Guam. GTA, we start with you. Micropack, open at our Tumuning and Mo location. Make sure to follow our Instagram at Micropack671 and Micropack Inc. on Facebook for exciting deals and promotion, as well as Sentinel Security Solution, Guam premier provider of professional security services. Sharon Williams, the wet season is on its way, and your roof needs to be ready. Don't wait for the blazing sun or the pounding rain. Get ahead with weather-ready coating. Be smart, be prepared, and ask Sharon Williams. Subway, eat fresh in just a few clicks. Order online at subwaypacific.com for pickup at your convenience or for delivery right at your doorstep. Online ordering at subwaypacific.com is powered by Good to Go. We deliver. At Subway, you gotta refresh to be fresh. And now here it is. We have your Real Deal traffic report. Let's take a look here. It looks like if you're coming up upon JFK area, it's slowly building up there, going all the way up to Liguan area. We're looking at Route 27A, building up there as well. And that is your traffic report, brought to you by Guam Auto Spot. Schedule a test drive today at Guam Auto Spot by giving them a call at 671-478-AUTO, or view our inventory on and our website at guamautospot.com. Guam Auto Spot, 671-478-AUTO. And one more look at traffic advisory. Construction activities will continue along Route 10, between the Route 4 intersection and Father Dueñas. There will be lane closure between 9 a.m. to 4 p.m. Monday to Friday and 7 a.m. to 4 p.m. Saturday. Motorists should expect delays and drive with caution. And that is your Real Deal traffic report, brought to you by Guam Auto Spot.
The views and opinions expressed in this show are that of the show host, guests, and callers. They do not necessarily reflect the views and opinions of the staff and management of Wave 105 FM, Glimpses Media, or any of our partners. As we strive to provide quality, respectful, and engaging content, we welcome you to participate in the conversation. Thank you for tuning in to Wave 105 FM, the sound of Guam. Enjoy the show.
Welcome back. The Bright Side here on Wave 105. Biba Betness. My name is Pauly Suba, hanging out with you in the 5 o'clock rush hour. If you still have a laptop open, check us out on the wave105.com as well as our YouTube channel, Wave 105.1 FM Guam. Otherwise, thank you so much for tuning in to us on 105.1 FM while you traverse these roads here in Guam. So we've been playing the brief extension of remarks from the senators now that the substitute budget bill has been passed. And so they give about 5 minutes for every senator who wants to talk before they recess. And to be honest with you, I feel like Speaker Frank Blas Jr. was pretty lax on it. He never stopped anybody. He interfered a couple times only when there were technical issues, but other than that, I feel like he was letting them go as long as they were finishing their thought, right? And everybody was pretty mindful of their time. A couple went a little bit over, but again, I feel like Speaker Frank Blas Jr. was pretty fair on that. So now Senator Shelley Calvo, I will call her the hero of some of these agencies that were, it's only a draft form now, rifle draft, and so it wasn't official, but they were calling it a proposal too, and it had agencies in its crosshair to completely defund them. So I would say that these agencies that were completely defunded in this draft are already not as essential. They're already not being prioritized. They're already lacking funding. And so I didn't understand why you have to defund it completely, zero it out. But I also didn't appreciate the draft rhetoric, because when it talks about some of these non-essential agencies, or that's what they're saying, not every agency is essential to life development, protection, or preservation. Those outside the critical path must take the hardest hits. These units, while valuable in peacetime, are not combat-ready priorities during a fiscal emergency. Severe cuts and restructuring here could stabilize the front lines. In addition, every line agency and semi-autonomous entity must initiate an immediate freeze on non-essential hiring. New hires still within their 6-month probationary window will undergo rapid evaluation to determine if their position is tactfully justified. Those that are not should be discharged. We must also consider streamlining command structures, eliminate deputy directors and public information officers across agencies where their functions are not duplicative or non-essential. Together, these precision cuts could reload funds into our fiscal magazine, reserves we desperately need to keep our core systems operational. In wartime budgeting, every dollar is a bullet. Let's aim wisely and fire only where it counts. And so I don't agree with that rhetoric at all, because when it comes to redirecting funds or defunding agencies and firing or terminating warm bodies, you can be genuine. You can be honest with people, and you can say, now is not the time for anybody to get raises. This is what, like Senator Tello Taitagui says, you think that this budget bill is where the fight is? No, the fight continues after, right? We're in for some tough times. And so you just be honest with people. We're not all soldiers here. We're citizens. Not everybody is signed up to go to war. This is the land of the free. And people have served for freedom. But you don't put us all in the line of fire and use these kinds of phrases and this rhetoric and not get people offended. And so you be honest. Like, this is the strategy that we're going to work towards. The priorities have changed now, and so there are deputy directors, and we're going to shift there if we take over Adelup. There won't be any deputy directors. That was the case with Calvo. No deputy directors, right? We won't have PIOs in some of these agencies because it's all going to come from Adelup under the executive branch. People have to buy in, especially when that's what real leadership is. You got to get people to buy in to these tough decisions. And not everybody is going to buy in. But when you start saying words like this and fiscal magazine and precision cuts and reloading of funds, and then you go down and you look that Department of Tomorrow Affairs and BSP and Bureau of Women Affairs and Guam Ethics Commission and Guam Ancestral Lands Commission and CAHA and PBS and the Hagåtña Restoration Authority and the Comisión Somoru and the Guam Public Library System are getting no money. Governor's office in Washington, D.C. getting no money. We can argue about less funding and transitioning and also combining agencies together. But zero funding. Thank you, Senator Shelley Calvo. And so I would say nobody wants to take credit for this nonsense, this rhetoric. Who's the author? Who did you pay to write this? Then don't take credit for it. But Senator Shelley Calvo deserves to have credit for getting in front of it and having the courage also to say no, not absolutely not. And so here's Senator Shelley Calvo and her, who is a Republican, who spoke this morning or this afternoon.
As we conclude this budget session, I rise with deep appreciation, not only for your support of the amendments I introduced, but for the thoughtful and principled deliberation that shaped this process. These amendments do more than shift figures across the spreadsheets. They reflect our shared values. They affirm that governance, at its best, is not merely transactional. It is transformational. Now, I want to acknowledge something plainly. There is no perfect budget. No single document can meet every need to resolve every tension. But I recognize that this is a good compromise. It reflects a sincere effort to balance fiscal responsibility with moral clarity. It affirms that our agencies are not silos. They are partners in building a Guam that is safe, rooted, and forward-looking. This budget is not without constraints, but it is shaped with care. It reflects a legislature that listened, questioned, and ultimately chose to protect the missions that mattered most. I rise today with gratitude for the support of the amendments I introduced and for the collective resolve that guided this session. And I thank all who work hard to deliver. Beyond these amendments, this budget reflects a broader commitment to Guam's well-being. The major appropriations in this budget bill speak to the heart of our island's infrastructure, public health, and economic stability. These appropriations are commitments. They reflect a government that sees the full landscape of need and responds with clarity and care. In recent weeks, we witnessed proposals that sought to rifle through essential agencies under the guise of reform. That approach did not reflect progress. It reflected a retreat from the values that bind us. It treated cultural preservation, youth support, and language revitalization. It threatened as expendable. But today, this body chose a different path. You chose deliberation over disruption, integrity over impulse, substance over spectacle. To those who asked the hard questions, who sought clarity, and who ultimately chose to protect these missions, your leadership speaks volumes. You demonstrated that fiscal stewardship must be paired with moral clarity, that accountability must never come at the cost of erasure, and that governance is strongest when anchored in principle, not provocation. To our staff, my team, my office, our legislature staff, analysts, and public servants, thank you. Your diligence, your long hours, your quiet resolve made this session possible. You are the steady hands behind every page, every analysis, every moment of clarity. Your work is often unseen, but it is deeply felt and it is deeply appreciated. To our community partners, advocates, and agency heads, thank you for showing up, for testifying, for submitting data, for sharing stories, for reminding us that behind every appropriation is a mission, and behind every mission is a community that depends on us to get everything right. And to the people of Guam, this budget reflects your voices. It reflects a government that listens, that learns, and that leads with a heart and sense. It affirms that compassion and accountability are not opposing forces. They are partners in responsible governance. It affirms that our island's future will not be shaped by austerity alone, but by empathy, care, and commitment. Undang kalunasidus masi to all of you. Let us carry this momentum forward with unity, with purpose, and with the courage to defend what matters most. Let us continue to build a government that meets complexity with care and that never loses sight of the people that it serves. Let us remember that every budget is a moral document and that every line we protect, every agency we uplift, every amendment that we pass is a reflection of who we are and who we aspire to be. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
That's pretty inspiring. Yeah. I just want to go home now. I just want to just let that sink in for the entire weekend. Deliberation and not erasure. Uplifting agencies, right? And so a lot of the agencies that were in its crosshairs, and I'm going to believe that. I understand, okay, it's a draft. We didn't see it in the substitute budget bill. Somebody's talking about it. Somebody took the time to write it. People saw it. And it got leaked. And more people saw it. And agencies were questioning, what is this? And going to Senator Shelley Calvo. And so what did she do? She wrote back to them and said, no. Your agency, what you do is important. It is essential. And I appreciated her when she was, when they were even talking about the Hagåtña restoration. It's basically a commission that puts together the report on how we're going to move forward with the master plan for Hagåtña. And Senator Will Parkinson even at one point says, well, what is the point of this agency? Maybe we should move funding around for that one. And so she said, this is our capital. We should have pride. This is the capital of Guam. There are a number of government agencies there. The legislature's there. Plaza de España's there. Cathedral's there. There's so many offices, right? And there are also dilapidated buildings. And so there's a lot of history in just Hagåtña. And it's not even getting a lot of funding either. But so she fought for the little funding that it already gets. And so it just didn't make any sense to say these agencies are not essential during wartime. Well, where's the blueprint? I want to throw it on the table like Chris Barnett. You know, the work that Comisión Socorro does, a lot of agencies aren't even following the mandate. And so some things don't even cost, they cost $0 and we're not even following it, right? So Office of Civil Defense puts out a report on flood advisories. And they're not even correcting the orthography on the way we're now officially spelling Humatak and Inalahan. But the official spelling is already official. And so government agencies just need to get on board. It costs $0 to just spell it the Chamorro orthography, the official one. And we can move forward with any signs that are going to be created moving forward are in Chamorro. And if it's extra, if it costs extra to do English and Chamorro, than you do tomorrow. Not and you omit the English part. That doesn't mean we're not American. We're still American. This is still where America's day begins. But we can all get on board with the signs in tomorrow. And it's a learning it's all for us to learn every day. Every day we're learning together as Americans, respecting the tomorrow heritage, because these are the people that have been here before us 4,000 years ago, and we are not going to erase it. So thank you, Senator Shelley Calvo, for fighting to not erase it. 5:27 in the afternoon. There's another one, right? Let's go, because I know the OG Rand Kaufman's coming too, and I want to make sure that we play them all. And I think we do have time to play them all. So the next one now is Senator Perez. And then we'll take the last break.
And what was slipped in this budget bill had a huge impact. We're talking $80 million, a loss of $80 million up front. And to me, we are at a crossroads right now. The federal government has shifted from doling out hundreds of millions of dollars now to defunding agencies in part or in whole. And we don't know the true impact of that. But this body, through the passage of this budget bill, did not hear logic, did not hear information and base it on true information that we're going to be losing federal funds. And in the face of that, this body passed a budget that will eliminate $80 million more. And so that is not going to help us close the gap. And so like my colleague had said, we don't know, we're going to have to, the true fight comes later. How are we going to continue to provide services? These are services that many of our community depends upon. Education. We want educated workers. We want workers that can be retooled for different careers. Right now, we know that our biggest driver still needs recovery. And even at that, we did not create policy through this budget to ensure that our money is spent well. We need to put more into destination management. This is the feedback that has been given by the visitors. We are, again, misdirecting very vital public funds and we're just misdirecting it and looking the other way, where we could be putting it and where it truly helps. One of the things that came out of the conference was homelessness. This budget bill does not address that and has sweeping effects for recovery of our island. In addition to helping our community, there is so much disconnect that this budget bill has. I go to my office every day, I see people who are homeless sitting outside. What has this budget bill done to help them? We see a hospital in shambles. Of course, we argued over, the phantom money. The money that was appropriated was for operations, not for CIP. That money is not going to help the CIP, help the hospital. And here we are holding DOE's hands for the lower budget than they need, saying, you do this with less money? It doesn't make sense to me. We are micromanaging them when they are there every day managing the operations. We are not there. We should give them that ability to decide what is most important, keeping the water running or something else. We are not there every day to see what we're doing, the impact of what this budget bill does. We're not there to help them. It's just tying their hands. The other thing that's problematic was the increase in thresholds for small purchases. And to me, this is problematic because if we want our government to spend properly, we don't release the floodgates. This is just 3 quotes, 3 positive quotes. It could be your 3 best friends, right? You leave out the other vendors and automatically $250,000's in your pocket. We spent $250,000 when we could have been going through the IFB process where we're going to get the best value for the money that taxpayers are providing. Taxpayers from businesses and civil servants alike. That is irresponsible. Irresponsibility, and I'm questioning the reason behind it. And if I can add, decorum was not held, and this was a low point. In the 38th Guam legislature, was a low point when it comes to decorum, where a member was tried to be silenced. This is not the values of our people, and especially when there was merit to what's being questioned. We want to be the model for our society, that everybody can be treated fairly, no matter who you are.
Absolutely. That's going to resonate with me for a while. Senator Sabina Perez. So we have 2 more. Vice Speaker Tony Atta and Senator Jesse Lujan. We'll take our break, and then we'll play those last 2. I mean, played all of them, so it took us 4 hours. Because every now and then I'll chime in. 5:34 in the afternoon, Wave 105.
CBS News Brief. Eric Menendez has been denied parole in California decades after murdering his parents with brother Lyle, whose parole hearing comes Friday. CBS's Nick Zezevich.
Nearly 24 family members said that they would attend these hearings to show their support for parole. They say the brothers have shown remorse and a commitment to improving themselves.
Wildfires in Napa County, California are forcing evacuations as CBS's Jonathan Vigliotti reports the heat wave is hurting efforts to contain multiple California blazes.
In some areas, we're talking 110 degrees. The weather will continue through Saturday, and fire will continue to be the biggest concern. Fire officials saying at least 100 additional crews have been deployed and are on standby.
CBS News New York's Lonnie Quinn says much, but not all the danger from Hurricane Aaron is past.
Good news to report on Aaron. From this point forward, it's getting farther and farther out to sea. It's also in the process of weakening. It's kind of falling apart.
CBS News Brief, I'm Michael Toscano.
Retirees may be able to spend more than they think. I'm Mark Hamrick with a Bankrate.com Personal Finance Minute. For more than 30 years, the so-called 4% rule has shaped retirement planning. It's the idea that retirees can safely withdraw 4% of their savings each year, adjusted for inflation, without running out of money over 3 decades. But William Bengen, the financial planner who introduced the rule in 1994, says it was never meant to be carved in stone. In his new book, A Richer Retirement, he updates the math and concludes that many retirees can safely spend closer to 5.25% to 5.5% a year. That shift really matters. Bengen argues that retirees who stick too rigidly to 4% risk underspending, leaving behind a big pile of money and regrets about what they didn't enjoy while they could. The takeaway, the 4% rule is a starting point, not the finish line. A smart retirement plan adapts to markets, inflation, and your own spending needs. For more, check out Bankrate.com. I'm Mark Hamrick.
As AI advances ever faster, are graduate degrees worth the time it takes to get them? I'm Jeff Colvin of Fortune Magazine with the Fortune Business Update. Jad Tarifi, the founder of Google's first generative AI team, says by the time you get a PhD degree or become a medical doctor or a lawyer, AI will have learned everything you've learned and more. Now, he says, time would be better spent studying a more specialized topic intertwined with AI, like AI for biology, for example, or maybe not even get a degree at all. Tarifi says thriving in the future will come not from collecting credentials, but from cultivating unique perspectives, emotional awareness, and strong human bonds. He encourages young people to focus on two things: the art of connecting deeply with others and the inner work of connecting with themselves. I'm Jeff Colvin.
It's the Guam Autospot Overstock Sell-Off, and our manager is absolutely crazy for dropping these deals. Right now, drive off in a brand new 2025 Eclipse Cross for just $24,995. That's $2,000 off the original price. Plus, check out our high-quality pre-owned vehicles, fully inspected and ready for the road. Get pre-approved online at GuamAutospot.com or call 478-AUTO to schedule your test drive today. It's the Guam Autospot Overstock Sell-Off, and everything must go.
Country music lives on Route 99 FM. Tune in to 99.5 FM or listen live online at Route99FM.com to catch all your favorite country music nonstop and direct. 24/7 country music. Classics, throwbacks, and the chart toppers are keeping you cruising on Guam's road to all country music, Route 99 FM.
Hafa Adai at Wave 105 FM. We want to talk. We want to talk about the things that are important to our island and our community, and we want to talk with you. If you want to join the conversation, if you want to chime in, we welcome it. We welcome all points of view, all thoughts, all perspectives. Call or WhatsApp us at 671-922-1051. If that line is busy, then call us at 922-1052. This is Talk for Everyone. Thanks for listening to Wave 105 FM, the Talk of Guam.
Back to school, back to savings. Micropack is having a back-to-school sale. Grab a new laptop or desktop and get a free flash drive. Just mention the radio code 25 back to school, and it's all yours. But hurry, it's only while supplies last.
Eat fresh in just a few clicks. Order online at SubwayPacific.com for pickup at your convenience or delivery right to your doorstep. Online ordering at SubwayPacific.com is powered by Good to Go. We deliver. At Subway, you gotta refresh to refresh.
Get ready to fuel up and save for your next adventure. For a limited time, Bank of Guam customers can enjoy 5% off fuel when you use your Bank of Guam Visa debit card at Shell stations on Guam and the CNMI, keeping your engine running and your wallet happy this summer. No codes, no coupons, just use your Bank of Guam Visa debit card and save 5% today. Don't wait. The offer ends October 15, 2025. Visit bankofguam.com for promotion details. Bank of Guam, the people's bank. Member FDIC.
Right now, it's time for your Real Deal Traffic Report brought to you by Guam Autospot. Schedule a test drive today at Guam Autospot by giving them a call at 671-478-AUTO or view their inventories on their website at GuamAutospot.com. Guam Autospot, 671-478-AUTO. And now taking a look at Real Deal Traffic Report. If you're heading down around Airport Road, going all the way down to the intersection of Route 16, Route 1, it is heavy flowing there. I'm letting you know right now. Be safe, be cautious, and if you make that right turn going all the way up to JFK, also there is a heavy flow over there. And that is your Real Deal Traffic Report with your girl Nene. And now here it is. Let's take a look at traffic advisory. Caution, constructions. Activities will continue along Route 10 between Route 4 intersection and Father Duenas. There will be a lane closure between 9 a.m. to 4 p.m. Monday to Friday and 7 a.m. to 4 p.m. Saturday. Motorists should expect delays and drive with caution.
The views and opinions expressed in this show are that of the show host, guests, and callers. They do not necessarily reflect the views and opinions of the staff and management of Wave 105 FM, Glimpses Media, or any of our partners. As we strive to provide quality, respectful, and engaging content, we welcome you to participate in the conversation. Thank you for tuning in to Wave 105 FM, the sound of Guam. Enjoy the show.
All right, welcome back. The Bright Side right here on Wave 105. Biba Betness. So let's finish this off, right? So this is Vice Speaker Tony Atta. He's going to mention something about the AV. He wants to thank the AV team, right? So there was an issue, technical issue that happened when Senator Chris Barnett was speaking. Speaker Frank Blas Jr. had to interrupt and say they lost audio on cable TV, and so they were trying to fix that. They wanted to make sure that when they continued with their speeches, that all of that was taken care of. And so there was a remark by Senator Chris Barnett, and we played it earlier on, right, where he said he feels like every time he's talking, there's these issues. And so you'll hear Vice Speaker Tony Atta address that. But then you'll hear him also defending the rollback of the BPT. He says that it is the private sector that keeps our government and our island afloat. Vice Speaker Tony Atta.
The budget bill. This budget bill that was presented, debated on, and passed by this body is a budget bill that our government must live within its means. We went over many days going over what amendments we want to put in, voted on the amendments up and down. The biggest contention was the BPT. Even one of our colleagues in this body asked, who in here has businesses that's going to benefit from this BPT rollback? And I said it. Perhaps my business may benefit from the rollback, but my business also paid the 5% when this government said to pay. It's a give and take. It's about working with our private sector because GovGuam does not print money. Our private sector is what keeps our government and our island afloat. We've heard that throughout this budget that agencies were not funded, they're not fully funded. What are they going to do? The hospital's in shambles. For the past several years, we had billions of federal fund that came through this island. We had billions in the local budget as well. What have they done in the past several years? Perhaps had they taken care of ensuring that vendor payments were paid, ensuring that our obligations were taken care of, those excess revenues could have gone to the agencies to help support them. But absolutely not. It did not. What did they do? They kicked the can down the road to this body. The same individuals who were in place with OFB said we need to be conservative. We need to look. We need to see how we can make things work. And that's exactly what we did. The difference between the executive budget and our budget, $7 million. $7 million out of a $1.3 billion budget. So the question goes back, what have they taken care of? What bills did they pay? We had 11 votes on this budget bill. And thank you to the 11 who supported this bill. Because it goes to show that you just didn't put an amendment in. You put in an amendment, got supported, and you supported the bill because you support the agencies and the government overall. Those who voted no, that's a half-half. Well, we throw in an amendment, but we're going to vote no on the budget bill. So in actuality, you did not support your agencies or your departments that you say you supported. We did. Because the end budget, you did not support. And you watch, as time goes on, if we're lucky enough to see additional revenues come in, who will be the first individuals to proffer bills to obligate those funds? And I have no doubt it will probably be those who voted no. Mr. Speaker, I'd like to thank all of our hardworking employees in the government of Guam, most especially those here in the legislative branch, my office staff, OFB, and Central. You guys are fabulous. We wouldn't have been able to do it without you. And I appreciate all the work that you have done. To AV, I apologize for my colleague's remark about questioning your integrity, about being cut off. And perhaps that my colleague, who had oversight of Central, upgraded equipment when they had the time and the opportunity to, things would not have happened. But let me tell you, these are the things that happen because some things are just beyond our control. With that, Mr. Speaker, I'd like to thank everyone and thank you as well.
All right, one more, right? So again, he defends the BPT rollback, saying even if his business benefits, businesses also paid the higher rates when required. He paid it, right? He paid the 5%, and he continues to pay the 5%. Senator Jesse Lujan, he says, what we have before us is more than just a budget bill. It's a promise fulfilled. And so he's the last one.
Good afternoon, colleagues, and good afternoon to the people of Guam who may be following along with us. After long days and nights of debate, what we have before us is more than just a budget bill, Mr. Speaker. It is a promise fulfilled, a promise that we as a body made to the people of Guam. We promised relief, and with this budget, we lowered taxes, putting more money in the pockets of families and the small businesses that need it the most. We promised to invest in our economy. This budget protects the #1 industry, tourism, the lifeline of many jobs. By making this investment, we are ensuring that thousands of our people remain employed, our businesses remain open, and our visitors continue to see Guam as a premier destination in the Pacific. We promise accountability and modernization. That is why this budget provides Customs and Quarantine Agency the resources they need to do their jobs by modernizing operations so they can collect taxes properly and protecting our borders by training new cycle of officers and supporting our dedicated K-9 units who are out there each and every day stopping drugs from entering our island. This budget delivers on commitments, Mr. Speaker. Colleagues, this is a good budget. It is a balanced budget. It is a responsible budget. It reflects the values of our island. I want to thank each and every one of my colleagues, of course, for the passion and the thoughtfulness you brought to this process. I especially want to thank Chairman Senator Chris Duenas for his steady leadership and the hardworking team of the Office of Finance and Budget, led by Director Steve Guerrero, whose tireless effort behind the scenes helped us get to where we're at this afternoon. I also want to take a moment to thank the legislative staff who worked tirelessly during this process. Our clerk, led by Ms. Renee Meno, our Sergeant at Arms, Edpa Kaigui, and his team, the support staff of this body, my own staff, office staff, and all the stakeholders who gave their time and input to make sure that we crafted a budget that works for our people, Mr. Speaker. And finally, on a personal note, Mr. Speaker, I want to wish an early birthday to our ranking member, Senator Tina Rose Muñoz Barnes. Your wisdom and service and your deep love for the island continues to inspire each and every one of us. Happy birthday to you. Mr. Speaker.
There you go. So happy early birthday to Senator Tina Rose Muñoz Barnes. I've been noticing they've been working together. Senator Jesse and Senator Tina Muñoz Barnes, not just in this legislature, but the previous. But so we did it. Yeah, we played them all.
Yeah, good for you. Yeah, you know, one of the things we've done on our show before was have their favorite songs.
Okay.
And we do like 5 or 6 of their favorite songs.
Yeah.
And then I think we can do it now.
Okay.
But I'm not going to ask him to come up those stairs.
Right.
We'll do it put them
over
on,
the air.
Over the air.
Right.
Have them on the phone.
Yeah.
And we can play their songs. They can send us their song
Yeah.
list. And we won't be on YouTube.
Right.
Because we can't play songs.
Right.
So we just
do it on the radio.
Yeah, we did that. And Frank Bloss Jr. was so funny, you know. 'Cause
What was his favorite songs?
Bad Boys, Bad Boys. Who's gonna do Bad
Well,
Boys,
he was a cop.
Well, that's what I'm saying. They would play that. The SWAT team would play that on their way to a bus.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Heck
No.
yeah.
And then it was the Palacios from Saipan.
Okay.
Senator Palacios. He was so funny because at first he was, no, I don't really want to. I said, Senator Palacios, Elvis Presley. And he goes, by God, I'm on. I'll be there. So, and he said, the only thing he learned is how to do pomade in his hair and peg his pants. Yeah, no, and everybody was cool. So some of them, would apologize or whatever because they were in altered states of consciousness during certain music. But it was their music. We didn't do any politics. It was just what music they liked and why.
Sure.
And so that brought out the real essence of the individual, because music can be in kind of your soul,
Yeah.
and your life experiences.
Right.
But that's a fun thing. We've been talking about it, but we really can't do it live because it's a rainy day. You don't want them to come up those stairs.
Yeah.
But I got one name.
Okay.
For the whole ball game that I got really close to this individual because she sent her granddaughter to Asmujao, and I got to sit on the couch next to her and listen to her for hours. Bertha Duenas.
Okay.
Real clear. 4%, you're in the red. 5%, you're in the black. Period. Period. And so that
so we're going to be in the red again.
That's the mantra. Right? We're going to be in the red.
We're going to be in the red, friends.
Yeah.
So
I mean, this lady ran the fiscal for the Democratic Party forever, and that's why the surpluses. That's why we had good flowing monies. It's just what it is, and that's her mantra. And I listened to her about.
But
why.
what about the argument though is, well, what do we have to show for it then?
We have a sustaining government. It can be a lot worse. Let me tell you.
Well, you still have issues.
Have you ever heard of pay less payday?
Well, you still have issues with GMH. Well,
yeah, but have you ever heard not paying your insurance?
I get all of that.
Not paying all those things because they couldn't.
But
the money wasn't there.
But also putting employees there that shouldn't be. There's the argument of that.
That's the nature of the beast. That's the nature of the beast. In Rhoda, you had the Asparas restaurant. If you didn't win the election,
right? You went there for breakfast.
Yeah. If you did win, you went to work.
But I think that's where you're going to get people, though. I think where the Republicans are, they will continue to share that concern, and people are going to get on that boat and say, "Yeah, you're right. The schools are still in shambles. The hospital is still in crisis. The roads haven't been paved."
Patty's real clear about it. Go to the library and get an old newspaper.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
It's the same as today's.
Exactly. But so the BPT is at 5, and we're not solving problems still.
But we're maintaining that sustainability with having an income for these families that they're able to support.
Not everybody should be in government, though.
Swear them in.
Not everybody should be in government.
Yeah. No, absolutely. You're absolutely right. But the sustainability of what we see, the sustainability of Chamal Village. Here's this beautiful, beautiful place. It only works on one day, Wednesdays.
Yeah.
Everything else, it's empty.
Right.
And now why? Because even though they have such a vibrant day of that Wednesday, we've tried Friday nights, we've tried different nights, different aspects, but that's the only one, and that's a pristine area that people would like to go to, like our now, what's working now? The Sunday night market down at Tumon.
Right?
Yeah, Paradise Island. So we just hit and miss these things, but that's just the mantra of listening to Bertha Duenas, and when you have that history that she had and what she did and how she showed that we're going to have a surplus, we're going to be in the black if we do 5% or 4%. Now it's what, 4.5? Is that what
4.5? Yeah.
So you might get, because I tell you the other mantra is our governor. Because she's a Bertha Duenas girl. I mean, she was up there almost to the day she died, right? Was bless her heart, was working and doing that fiscal responsibility. But there's always going to be that nature. There's always going to be the nature of the struggle right? Because that's what we do. If we don't have a struggle, how are we going to meet any goal? How are we going to have anything that we're going to be able to take care of? We operate as humans in a crisis mode.
Right.
That's when we do most of our work. And when does that happen? Like after a storm.
Oh, it's like me when I'm studying for a test. I do it the hour before.
yeah.
I never opened this book until just now.
And you get a B+, right? Just because you're a smart guy. Yeah, that's it. No, my mom, when she went to college,
I go into my higher conscience and it saves me.
Yeah. My mom, when she went to college, she'd be so mad because the guy would sleep through the whole lectures, right?
No.
And then the cat doesn't study and he gets an A, and she'd struggle with her B after staying up late at night studying. Yeah, no, it's just what it is, and it never changes. We're always, all these years, like Patty said, you go all the way back, you pull out these newspapers, no matter how much money you got, no matter what's going on, that's just the nature of it. And what is our most important product? Our people. That's why we fund the military aspirations of people. Go into the military, get a trade, and then come back and work for the government. Right. Look at Catholic Social Services. You ever go to Catholic Social Services?
Yeah, they're right over there.
It's
right
all our
behind us.
ex-directors. It's the second. It's Gov Guam retired.
I didn't realize that.
Oh yeah. Go up there. It's great. It's fantastic. Yeah. So and who gets most of the money? Catholic Social Services. All the services that they do. And how they help the people of Guam. It's beautiful. I mean, it really is what we have here in Guam. We're so lucky compared to other places.
I believe that.
Yeah,
1,000%.
Yeah.
It is a blessing.
Yeah, it really is. And so in that aspect, we never want to have that threat of a payless payday. And that what emerged previously before Bertha Duenas got a hold of the purse strings. Never got where the government cannot pay your mortgage because it was a direct payment. That never happened with Bertha Duenas holding the purse strings. And so you see that's just like, again, within the government. But who's our biggest employer? Beside United. I think United's way up there, right?
Well, the private sector is the biggest group.
Yeah,
right?
no, absolutely. And into that aspect. And the survival. Like you look at up at Chamorro Village, there's 2 anchor businesses there.
Oh, yeah, Jamaican Grill.
Jamaican Grill.
Who's the other one?
The Goldsmith.
Oh, okay.
The Goldsmith, those guys. Those are the anchors. And the anchor means that people go there to eat Jamaican Grill or go to the Goldsmith, and then they walk around. Yeah, and then they have that opportunity. But those are the 2. Carmen's, when she was there, she was an anchor because Carmen's Mexican food was there for a while.
That's right.
Yeah. So you see that,
that was a long time ago.
Well, yeah.
Wow.
Yeah.
I only know when they were next to Cathedral.
Yeah.
What do we got going on? Because I got to get out of here.
Yeah, well, our girls last night here.
I know, Kim.
Yeah, Kim, our higher consciousness is moving into her profession.
Yes.
Right?
Biba.
Biba. And so, of course, we're going to celebrate that move.
Yes.
And we got Joshua, a.k.a. James, higher consciousness James, is going to be in studio.
Sweet.
Yes. So, you think about, when people are jumping. I got a student at Smoojow, who's getting to be the trainer for Tenaichi. And I said, you don't take some more pamphlets. And he goes, Mr. Kaufman, we're airdropping it. Airdropping it. So airdropping, of course, is if you got an Apple phone, you're going to airdrop it into it. And this is, where it's taken it to that level now that he's got people going out who are with him who are doing airdrops of Tenaichi, getting into higher consciousness. So it's getting to where, we understand this fifth dimensional realm that we're all emerging into, which makes us free of fear and pain. And what's a beautiful thing of being free of fear and pain? What a great gift that is.
So just lower the BPT to 3% since we're free of fear and pain.
Okay.
Who is this guy? Is this the other way the pendulum swings? I was telling Patty this morning. Patty's into the fascism, and how far this thing has swung up. And I says, Patty, wait for the pendulum to swing back.
I'm on the other side.
Wait for the pendulum to swing back. Don't you know? Don't you see how it swings?
We're just pushing it back from one side to the other.
Yeah, and that's what we do. do, and we love it because it's our entertainment. Look at this wonderful show you did today with everybody making their, Hafa Adais and Guides House. And
their sentiments.
Yeah.
We get a little peek of their essence.
Yeah, no, absolutely. Absolutely. Yeah.
I'm going to get out of here, but don't go anywhere.
Yes.
Because the edge of heaven is just around the corner. Everybody have a great weekend. If you're out on those roads, be kind to each other. Guaidza. Adios, KGUM FM in Dededo, Guam. Bye, Kim. We love you.
Bye. Love you guys.
This is CBS News on the Hour, sponsored by